they're only going to go out with the band.
I'm going to call this meeting to order. If you'll please rise, we have Pastor Bill Franzen to lead us in the invocation, and then I have asked Supervisor Gould to lead us in the pledge.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, Lord. It's a privilege to come and just lift up the supervisors and all the people that are the visitors that have business before the board. Father, we just pray that you would go before this, that it'll be a peaceful meeting, that everybody will get their point across, and that, Lord, that the business will be taken care of in a way that will please you. We thank you, Father, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Please join me in the salute to the flag, the symbol of our republic. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I need a motion to call for an executive session to be held September 16th, 2024 at 9 a.m.
So moved.
Motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Do we have Supervisor Lingenfelter still on the phone?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. The official business to come before the board. 1, discussion of pending or contemplated litigation claims and demands. Mr. Esplin.
Good morning. Nothing to report. Thank you.
Very good. Number 2, committee and/or legislative reports. Supervisor Bishop.
I have nothing this morning. Thank you.
Supervisor Gould.
Nothing today, Madam Chairman.
Supervisor Johnson.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Nothing this morning, Madam Chairman.
Okay, and I have nothing for a clean sweep. Do we have a lobbyist report? Oh, he is.
Madam.
Good.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Supervisors. Again, thank you. It's always great to see you guys, and thank you again for the opportunity. Just a super quick update. I think all of us are at this point now aware, if you're not, or if those in the room are not, there was a sale of private land in the McMullen Valley. So not not basins in Mojave County, but something to be concerned about, where a hedge fund from New York bought up almost the entire McMullen Valley. And the intention on their behalf is to transport that water down to Maricopa County. I think that was just a reminder of how vigilant we need to be as a county with our representation at the state capitol, and aggressive we need to be on finding some type of groundwater protections that can preclude that from happening elsewhere. And then the only other point that I will tack on to this is I do continue to have conversations with legislators in the governor's office. I think we are getting close to the point in time where the governor's office is going to be required, or DWR in effect is going to be required to take action on one or more basins because they're at risk. And so I don't know anything for sure, but I think that the chatter is getting louder of the need for some type of protection absent legislation. And we'll continue to work on the language, ensure that our basin's protected, but DWR may feel compelled to take action here soon.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
which basins are they looking at?
Madam Chair, Mr. Johnson, so they highlighted 3 at-risk basins. One of them is called Renegris Plain, that's in La Paz County. One is the Gila Bend Basin, which is in mostly Maricopa County. And then one is the Wilcox Basin in Cochise County. Those would be the ones that they would need to take action on. Our basin, the Hualapai, would likely be done through legislation.
Okay, any other questions? Supervisor Bishop?
Just a statement. You refer to our basin as the Hualapai Basin, but we also have the Sacramento and the detrital, and I'd like to see those mentioned more often when it comes to your reports. I know you concentrate just on Hualapai Basin, but we do have 2 other basins which are not in danger at this point, but I'd still like to see them recognized occasionally.
Okay. Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Nothing additional, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Ponder,
Thank
for
you.
that report.
Thank you.
All right, if there's no other discussion, we'll move on to the county manager's report.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. I'll be brief. Would like to present you an update on the county website. Staff has been working hard to modernize and update the county website, look and feel of it. We're going to do so through Nathan here, but briefly, just to give you an idea before we make it go live. So, Nathan, take it away, please.
Morning, Chairman, Board. I'm here today before you to give you a little preview of the county website inside of a new content management system. To provide a little bit of history, we developed the content management system in-house in 2005. We're getting to a point where we're making this change primarily to accomplish 2 things. The first thing is a strategic change to prepare the county for a point in time in which we can no longer develop the CMS system in-house. So we're transitioning to a vendor-paid product to do the content management system. The second element we're trying to accomplish is based on new federal mandates for government agencies to have their websites be more ADA compliant. Web Content Accessibility Guideline Framework 2.1 is basically what they call it. If your population's below 50,000, you have 3 years to get it done. If it's above 50,000, you have 2 years to get it done. So this change is really based on those 2 elements. So with that, I'll get the presentation up on the screen, show you guys a little bit of what the new website's going to look like, and on the slides you can read some elements of it too. So first and foremost, the site's going to look different. We've sent some links out to everybody throughout the county, the management team, the board. You've seen the new website. The content's been migrated. So for the majority of the changes, it's mostly unnoticeable. I mean, the look and the feel and the way it drives and the arrangement of the data is fairly similar to what you experience today. A lot of the new changes are basically just going to be what happens when you move from something that's old to something that's new. It works better on mobile. We've eliminated some design elements that make it more friendly on mobile and tablets and more screens. The other aspect of the change is that we have a microsite in this, which allows us to brand another website completely differently than the main county website, and we're doing that for the Mojave County Parks Division. Their operation is significantly different than most of the other county departments, so they market and brand their activities and events in a way that we don't usually for other county departments. So the Mojave County Park site will be branded differently, and it will look very similar and familiar, but it will be significantly different on the back end. Accessibility, this is actually one of the, I would say, the key components of this change is we're going to work really hard to make sure the county website is ADA compliant per the new federal mandate. And the way we do that is the IT department has a team of developers. We have essentially 3 people on staff that can make these changes when content or changes are needed to be made by the county departments. And on the screen, you can see kind of what the look and feel is going to be like for the departments. So the entire premise of accessibility really is about perceiving the site, operating the site, interpreting the site, and using the site. So a lot of the way you design the website is you have to check a bunch of boxes. I think if you go do the actual detail and look at what WCAG 2.1 is, it's 71 plus different elements. And those elements are things like code that allows pictures to be described. That way, if someone who is blind is using the county website, they can use assistive technologies to read the code to them that tells them basically what they can't see, so they can hear kind of the website be verbally explained to them, and allows them to navigate and use the site. And that's a lot of what the new federal mandate is about, is making the site more usable for people with disabilities. Department pages, we did this in the old site, but every department page will have a consistent look and feel. PDFs are being checked for accessibility requirements to try to make them as accessible as possible. We've had an initiative in IT to eliminate PDFs as widespread as we possibly could, because they're inherently not accessible. They're basically just images. And unless you do the additional work to recognize text and put all the text data inside the PDF, it's just a file of pictures. So if someone's using the assistive technology, they can't necessarily see anything or hear anything that's inside of a PDF unless the work has been done on the front end to make it accessible. So here's a slide that talks a little bit about the design elements that we're choosing. We're using icons. When you're on mobile and your screen is smaller, you'll get tiles, which are basically like little buttons, and most people that use smartphones and tablets are kind of familiar with that button icon navigation methodology. So our county website's also going to follow that methodology. When your screen gets small, instead of having menus and hidden features that you have to click on, we try to basically make those things visible to you through a touch icon. Is there any questions?
Any questions so far?
Looks lovely.
That's it? Nothing? Nothing else?
That's it, Madam Chair.
I will end by saying right now the plan is to make this go live on September 10th.
Okay.
And the reason why that is we're maintaining both sites at the same time right now. So any content changes that go to the existing one, we're also pushing to the new one. That way we can flip the switch and go live with the new one and have all the data be up to date.
Do you know, is there any other questions before do you know how much this costs the county to put together?
Oh, I knew you were going to ask me that. We did a 5-year contract with this, and honestly, off the top of my head, I can say I think we're less than $20,000 to get into the solution to start, and I think we're about $15,000 a year.
Oh, okay.
It's actually
That's less than I thought.
Yeah, very palatable.
I just wanted the public to know that these are the kind of mandates that we have to do, whether we want to or not, and that it costs money every time there's a mandate put forward, that, you guys don't see when we make the budgets that we have to do this whether we like it or not. Anything?
Madam Chair, I may have questions September the 11th.
Okay. Supervisor Lingenfelter? Okay. You on still? He is? Okay. Well, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Good job, Nathan.
Yeah, good job to you and your department. Right on to the call to public. I'm going to open the call to public. And we have several people signed up. First up is Chris Party.
And told us to put on hold because we got 2 others that are waiting, and he's kind of now.
Hello. What is that about? Is there anybody on the line who needs to talk? Okay, they went away. You can come on down. After Mr. Party, Jennifer Esposito.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for having me here and allowing me to speak. I'm going to talk a little bit of communications, but first I want to thank Chairman Angus for starting the cause when it comes to radio communications. You started 2 years ago, and then with tagging on with the Supervisor Gould, you tagged in right behind, and basically everybody up and down the river has brand new portable radios, about $11,000 a piece. The ones when I started 40 years ago were about $300 a piece, so the price has gone up. Communication is huge for firefighter safety and police safety. So now what we need to do is, once we got this solved, we actually have to go to the root of everything. Anybody have a charger for this? My cell phone? About 19 or 2000, the cell phone. This is the infrastructure of Mojave County right now.
Okay.
This is the portable radios. Now, if we don't have the infrastructures, that police officer or that firefighter that needs help, sees his mic, cannot get to their dispatch. So there's a huge push right now that we're in the push of trying to get Senate appropriation money from Sinema and Kelly of $6.5 million. Supervisor Gould, you wrote a letter in support of this, and it's trying to join into the statewide 911 system that the state's coming in. On October 23rd, there's going to be a communication workshop that'll show about 800 megahertz trunking system. Now, if you want to get into radios, that come to the meeting. It'll actually truly get all the agencies from police and fire on one network, which is supported by the state. DPS is driving this cause. Yuma County and La Paz have now gone on to the 800 megahertz trunking system. It's expensive. The infrastructure that we have is 1990 technology. It has to get fixed. Sooner or later, it's going to break. The cause that you've had, Supervisor Angus, you've been a champion of public safety throughout your career. And I know working with Supervisor Gould, you care about firefighters, and you've always said yes when it comes to public safety, so thank you very much. In closing is that this is very, very important. If we as a county go together and merge police and fire, all the, from Havasu to Kingman to Bullhead City and all the districts in between go on one trunking system, basically the connectivity to this portable radio that you bought us will always key when a firefighter or a police officer needs help, will make it to their dispatch center. And with that being said is that it is something that it will work. You have the fire chiefs in the county working very well together. We have strong leaders in Havasu and Bullhead City and Kingman, and police officers that are willing to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, Jennifer Esposito, and after Ms. Esposito, Chris Rodarty, and then Scotty McClure.
Jennifer Esposito, 3211 East Snavely Avenue, Kingman. Apparently, it's not showing on the overhead, but I would like to thank you. It's kind of hard to see, but this is the, I believe, the test well hydrograph showing that the Sacramento aquifer has actually substantially depleted since 2006 to 2023. So while Supervisor Bishop is correct in saying that Mr. Ponder should actually be reporting on it, she appears to be very much incorrect in that it's like just doing fine. So I just wanted to start with that. And I hope you miss me. Sorry I wasn't here last week. I had something really important to attend to, and I have a very exciting announcement, but I'm not going to tell you until the first meeting of October. Also, I just wanted to let you know that in my lawsuit against the GVID rate increase, I will have all my paperwork filed on time this month, so you will have a decision as to whether or not you're going to have Mr. Esplin or someone else deal with the appellate court on that issue, or whether or not you're just going to rescind the resolution and fix it. That because, you know, it's supposed to be on the agenda on the 16th to appoint 5 of us to run the board, and I do believe that we're all well qualified and can probably do a better job than the staff that has been doing that. Also, if I can find the picture, let me see if I can get to it now. Darn it. Okay. Let's see. Hang on just a second. Where is it? Oh, rats. All right. Well, I'm just going to keep scrolling till I get to it. It'll just take me a second, and I'm sorry about the delay. What I wanted to bring up was that also the fact that I appreciate you getting rid of that anonymous complaint thing because a rabid supporter of Supervisor Bishop and Ms. Joanne Eisel made a complaint right before the election, even though she doesn't live anywhere near my property. So now she's going to find out the same way that Amberly Crabtree at the Mud Hut found out when I was running for the legislature that I sue and Bishop doesn't help pay your legal bills. But thank you for not making that anonymous anymore, because when these things are weaponized for political or retributive, things, that there is accountability for those sorts of things. And the last thing I wanted to touch on was the fact that the District 4 appointee to Planning and Zoning lives in Kingman ostensibly, according to all reports, but never shows up in person to the actual meetings. And this is him. Oops, now I've lost it again. Oh, never mind. I'll show you next time, because he has posted against myself and Danielle Keck and against Marianne Salem on his public Facebook post. So he's hardly unbiased when it comes to making decisions that we may be averse to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next up, Mr. O'Doherty, then Scotty McClure, and then Armin.
Chris O'Doherty, Mojave County taxpayer. This morning I'm quoting from Scripture, a few Bible verses written centuries ago that continue to define the world in 2024. Proverbs 29:2. When the righteous increase, the people rejoice, but when the wicked rule, the people groan. Isaiah 1:23. Your princes are rebels and companions of thieves. Everyone loves a bribe and runs after gifts. Proverbs 28:15, like a roaring lion or a charging bear is a wicked ruler over a poor people. Peppered throughout today's agenda, as in most agendas, is the egregious, wasteful theft of taxpayer money, disguised as funding to, and I quote, enhance the lives, economy, and prosperity of Mojave County, or to, quote, improve the health and safety of the children living in a QCT, i.e., a government-designated underserved area, or to provide support for emotional and physical health in government-designated communities hit hard by the COVID scandemic, and that's my word. This ARPA grant money, strings attached, is designed to enslave its recipients for years to come. Nothing new here. I've mentioned it on numerous occasions. Mojave County, suckling at the teat of the Confederated cash cow, greedily propping up DC's counterfeit currency quantitative easing project, leading to the ultimate collapse of our economy and our country. But don't let that stop you, supervisors, especially those who are still celebrating yet another triumph at the polls or are at long last retiring or moving on up. You now have carte blanche to do whatever your higher-ups dictate. Well done. To quote Psalm 94:20-21, can wicked rulers be allied with you, those who frame injustice by statute? They band together against the life of the righteous and condemn the innocent to death. Sadly, Ecclesiastes 1:9 concludes, what has been is what will be, and what has been done is what will be done, and there is nothing new under the sun.
Thank you. Scotty McClure, Armin, and then Steve Robinson.
Scotty from Bullhead. Not very often I have to get up here and apologize to Steve D'Amico, our mayor of Bullhead, but I am going to do that. I got this in the mail. I accused Steve of I guess you guys got this, didn't you? You guys get a copy of this?
That was sent to their email this morning.
Well, whatever. I accused him of stolen valor. You know, we got a vice president that's running for office that's been accused of stolen valor, so it came up. Because since August 22, I write to, this is from Dave Hawkins, I want to admit an honest error, correct the record, and clarify what happened respect to the August 22nd, 2022 article I wrote for the Standard. Anyway, he put in there that he served in Vietnam. Well, he wasn't old enough. He was born during the Vietnam era. So I asked him, and I remember asking you, Hildy, to get him to retract this, and apparently you didn't. Because apparently he doesn't read the paper. He doesn't remember it ever being in the paper that it was that he served in Vietnam. What he did, Dave Hawkins did, was switched Mayor Brady's Vietnam service with Steve D'Amico's service, which he did serve in the military. But to accuse somebody of stolen valor is not wrong if they're wrong, if they've been doing it. They've been wearing medals and stuff. But as it turns out, Dave Hawkins left this on my, sent it to me, and explained that anyway, you have to read this to understand it. But anyway, I'm going to read the same thing tonight at the Bullhead City Council meeting. That's where I accused him of it. But it pisses me off to no end that a reporter, knowing that he got something like this wrong, didn't correct it himself. Dave Hawkins, you need to learn how to spell my name to start with. Also, you've been, whatever, I'm not a girl. Well, anyway. This here was another thing I sent you. But this is Walter Spar. He put this in the paper. And it was thrown in the trash. It was taken out. You know how they put them up on the rack and let you read them. Now, he paid for this to be in there in the Bullhead City Library. They trashed it. I don't know what they did to the other papers. But that's bull.
Thank you, Scotty. Thank you.
Yeah, you shouldn't be throwing stuff in the trash. I even want my
Okay,
Safeway
Armin
ads.
Stang,
Yeah.
and then Steve Robinson, and then Kenny Works.
Good morning, Supervisors. Armin from Port Mojave, aka the German. I have two complaints I filed with the county. One of them is on the 3 properties on the west side of Andrews. It says completed. There's nothing completed on the properties. The boat is still sitting there. I don't know who looked at the property or whatever happened there, but it's not cleaned up. So that needs to be redone by code enforcement, and it needs to be cleaned up by the property owner. The other one is, I guess it's the owner of Dee's Place in Port Mojave with his slumlord rental property. There is 2 motorhomes sitting there. People are living in there. They have all sorts of junk around the house. It's worse than the Messner property on a small scale. And they just drug in another trailer full of junk. And it's about 3 months old, the complaint, and according to code enforcement, every 3 months, they close out old files. I'm not going to let that happen. They need to work on it, and they need to work on it a little bit faster. You know, if they don't have enough people, there is people looking for jobs. You know, they can hire those people. Get rid of the people that don't want to work. And the least and last thing is, I have a problem with people driving up and down the highway, flicking their cigarettes out. When is the last rain we had? It's ages ago. It is dry out there. They're starting fires in Mojave Valley on the side of the roads and everything. I think there should be an ordinance what is much worse than just littering, that they have to pay for every emergency vehicle going out to take care of the fires. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Robinson, and last, Kenny Works.
I'm going to keep the IT guy busy for a minute or two. Madam Chair, Supervisors, in 1980, the county's first area plan was approved for Golden Valley. 1995 general plan incorporated it. Then in 2000, the county began preparing a major revision to the 1980 plan. It included an excellent 6-point vision statement, which I put here, for Golden Valley. Now, the 1995 general plan supported that. Here is a colorized version of the map from the 95 plan, and you can see that one thing to notice is in addition to the 10-mile corridor, there's 26 square miles of urban development land according to the 95 plan. Included in that is the Angle Homes development that was in the 1995 plan. They were interspersed through the Golden Sage Rancho sections that showed, that infamous redivision of all those lands. And I'll show you the next picture, which is the 95 plan. And again, it still shows the Angle Homes development. But this proposal was then rejected by in the 2002 area plan, and what that plan showed was taking away the 26 square miles and just leaving the 10-mile corridor for development in Golden Valley. Perhaps in response to Supervisors' ingenious but failed proposal to more centrally locate the new county administration building in Golden Valley, people in Kingman used that plan to falsely claim there wasn't much demand for smaller lots in Golden Valley. Further, that there was insufficient water to support development in the valley. Those excuses resulted in the removal of those 26 miles. I thought general plans were created to forecast and develop growth, not stop growth. Now all the people are demanding that the county remove the Dorado development and turn all the urban development area of the corridor into 1-acre lots. Here is the current proposal by the county to turn that whole corridor that's not commercial into 1-acre lots. I don't have time, but you'll see in your statement, I've showed that out of 8,000 lots in the Golden Sage development, only 3,500 is occupied. There is not a demand for 1-acre lots. We need to go back and have the county look at the plan before the end of the year.
Kenny Works, Yucca, Arizona. The Endangered Species Act, a product of the democratic process. Aristotle said democracy degrades into despotism. That Endangered Species Act says that all species of flora and fauna and animal life, all sorts of critters, must prosper. Not should they be allowed to prosper on their own, but they must prosper. However, the same prosperity is not aimed at humans. That's where our democracy is turning into a despotism, when the democratic process decides who gets to prosper and who doesn't. Thank you very much.
Okay. I have no one else signed up, so I'm going to close this call to public. Is there any board member who'd like to respond to anything that was said today? Okay. So we're going to go on to the proclamations. Proclamation 1. Proclamation declaring the month of September 2024 as United States Constitution Month. Happy to do this one. Do I have the proclamation somewhere? I don't think it was even in our, maybe it is. This one I'd like to read, actually. Actually, I don't. Well, probably let's go on and see what the next one does. Yeah, if you can get it really fast, or I can read it from somewhere. Proclamation number 2 is declaring September 2024 as Falls Prevention Awareness Month. I know we have a representative from WACOG. Is it Helen Kolar? Well, thank you for coming. I don't think we have that, but I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Fall Prevention Awareness Month. Do I need a motion to accept these proclamations? Okay.
Second.
This is for the fall prevention. Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We back to the Constitution? Did we find it?
When in the course of human events.
Yeah, we can have
necessary.
Supervisor Gould do the Constitution by rote, by memory. You know what? That's not necessary right now, but that would have been the only one that I would have liked to have read, and I'm sorry I should have brought it up sooner. Okay. So, did we just do a motion for that? I'm a little fakakta here. Okay.
I make a motion that we approve the proclamation declaring September as the United States Constitution Month.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is another presentation on Connecting Arizona Engagement Tour 2024 by the Arizona Commerce Authority.
Sorry, I'm a little shorter than everyone else who's spoken so far. Good morning. Thank you so much to the board and to Chairwoman for inviting us today. I'm going to do a little bit of...
Can you tell us who you are?
Yes,
please?
Of course. I'm going to do clicking while the other person talks, and then I'll have something to say as well. But thank you for inviting us today. My name is Erin Larandos. I am the Digital Equity Program Manager with the Arizona Commerce Authority. And joining us online is State Broadband Director Sandeep Bhowmick, and he will be kicking off our presentation. Sandeep, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
I'm not sure how to make the slides go up on the screen, if you would like to see them, or...
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Slides are visible. Slides are visible. Erin, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mojave County Board of Supervisors and Honorable Supervisors, for giving us this opportunity. My name is Sandeep Bhowmick. I'm the State Broadband Director, and the State Broadband Office is currently housed at Arizona Commerce Authority. We are administering the $1 billion BEAD funding, which was assigned from IIJ, Infrastructure and Jobs Act. We wanted to give you an update where we are in the process and when should we expect this money to distribute to the internet service provider or telecommunication companies to build this infrastructure across not only Mojave County, but across Arizona. Next slide, please. So what does BEAD stand for? So it's Broadband Equity and Access Development. This is basically an infrastructure funding. This is a historical funding which was assigned into household level. That means historically most of the broadband funding was assigned in the census block level. This is the first time where the household was taken into consideration when this funding was deployed. Arizona was fortunate enough to receive $993 million, also close to $1 billion for BEAD funding. And we are currently going through a planning process for the last 18 months to deploy these dollars. Next slide, please. So who are eligible? Arizona household, Arizona Community Anchor Institute, that means schools, colleges, libraries, hospitals are eligible for this funding. And the households was divided into two different parts, unserved and underserved households. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of the Mojave County broadband coverage as of today. If you look at the snapshot on your right side, you will see more greener areas has better internet connectivity or has service over 100 Mbps download and 20 Mbps upload. The more red area doesn't either have any provider at all, or there is a provider but it's not meeting the standard which is set by US Department of Commerce, which is 100 Mbps download and 20 Mbps upload. So that would be our target area. So anything you see in red and orange would be our target area to connect with high-speed broadband connectivity using the BEAD funding. We have a long-standing relationship with Mojave County. During our capital funding project, we funded a multi-county project, which is almost a significant part of the Mojave County and some part in the La Paz County. And that grant went to a telecommunication company or internet service provider named WeCom. And hoping to cover the rest of the areas which is currently doesn't have a high-speed broadband connectivity using the BEAD funding in Mojave County. By end of this funding, we expect that Mojave County residents will be connected with high-speed broadband connectivity and no household will be left behind. Slide, please. So this is the timeline we have been we are working on. So we have got the notice of funding opportunity in May 2022. So last year we submitted 3 different plans to US Department of Commerce and got our approval, which was BEAD 5-year action plan, BEAD Volume 1, and BEAD Volume 2. We ran a challenge process, and what actually challenge process did made sure that any household which was wrongly identified as served, but it's technically not served, and we went through a process to correct those households during this time of challenge process so that no households are left behind. We are currently prepping on a project area map. That map will be published very soon. We are dividing every county or the whole state into multiple project areas. Every project area will be open for a grant funding. Once this tentative market sounding is closed around November, we are planning to open a procurement in November to select sub-grantee for this $1 billion. Please do note that we have exactly 1 year, so August 1st, 2025, we have to submit all these proposals to US Department of Commerce for their approval. Next slide, please. As we talked about in previous slide, that who's eligible for BEAD funding. So unserved location, which that means if you live in a household where you have 25 Mbps, less than 25 Mbps download and less than 3 Mbps upload speed, then your household is eligible for BEAD funding. If you live in a household which has more than 25 Mbps download and 3 Mbps upload speed, but you have less than 100 Mbps download and 20 Mbps upload speed, that household is also eligible for BEAD funding. And then the Community Anchor Institute. So in a nutshell, any household which has less than 100 Mbps download speed and 20 Mbps upload speed are eligible for BEAD funding. And we have who are eligible for BEAD funding. It's mostly the private ISPs, non-profit entities, tribal entities, and other eligible entities. Eligible Community Anchor Institute can also directly apply for BEAD funding. Next slide, please. That is an overview where we are with the BEAD funding right now. With that, I will hand it over to my colleague, Erin Laurendos, for the digital equity grant we are managing at Arizona Commerce Authority.
Thank you so much. So the other part of the same IIJA bill that proposed the infrastructure investments also made space for digital equity improvements. What is digital equity? So if we think about the infrastructure being built through the BEAD program as a literal road, digital equity is like driver's ed. It provides the resources and training that people need that they maybe haven't had access to before to fully engage in an online society. So similarly to what you saw with the BEAD program, the Digital Equity Program is divided into a planning grant, an implementation grant, and then also a competitive grant that entities can apply directly for funding for. We have completed our planning grant here in Arizona, and we wrote a digital equity plan for the entire state, which is available on our website. Right now, we are working to secure our funding for the capacity piece, which is the money that we'll use to enact the digital equity plan within the state. There is also this competitive grant that is open right now, which entities can apply directly for additional funding to work on digital inclusion activities. Here in Arizona, we're expecting to receive just over $16 million for the capacity piece, and so there was definitely going to be room for additional funding if other entities in the state can apply and secure additional funding. So this is a very brief overview of the digital equity plan process. We had our plan approved in April. We're currently applying for that capacity funding, and we will run a subgrant process to eligible entities to apply directly to the state to enact the goals and objectives listed out in the digital equity plan. We need to focus on certain populations within the state. This is federally mandated. And there's a long list of people on the screen here, but the most important thing for this group to know is that overall, over more than 80% of Arizonans fall into one or more of these groups. So really, when we think about the plans and the programs and the projects that will be enacted through the Digital Equity Plan, we're helping our neighbors, we're helping ourselves. So our priorities for early implementation include supporting local planning efforts and providing learning opportunities for local points of contact. We hope to identify at least one person in every single county and at least 5 of our federally recognized tribes to start out with, eventually all of them, to have a local point of contact that will work as a cohort across the state to share best practices, share opportunities within their areas, and build this relationship with others across the state. We also hope to expand and leverage digital navigator programs. So these are in-person trusted points of contact within communities that people can go to and get help learning some of these skills. How to stay safe online, how to navigate the internet, how to use a computer, how to use a mouse, if these are things that they haven't had an opportunity to do in the past. We also hope to provide increased opportunities for general digital literacy upskilling to the tailored to the needs of those covered populations. So each of those 8 groups that we saw on the screen earlier, again, over 80% of Arizonans all told, they all come across different barriers when accessing the internet. Could be adaptive technology if someone has a disability. It could be access to affordable technology or affordable internet if they're living in a low income situation. Depending on those groups, those needs are different. And so we want to make sure that everyone's needs are met through the opportunities that are funded. That is a very brief overview of our plan. We will have a second opportunity to speak more in depth later on today, and we hope that members of the board are able to join us. But if there are any questions, we'd be happy to answer them right now.
Any questions or comments? Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Madam Chair, no comments. Thank you.
Okay. Can you repeat again how much was the total grant for Arizona and then how much allocated for Mojave County?
So the BEAD funding is at a statewide level, and there was nearly $1 billion allocated, and that does cover un- and underserved households across the entire state. As Sandeep mentioned, and he can go more in depth on this again, the project area map that will be released soon will show the needs in a smaller granular fashion. Right now, it's just that $1 billion over the whole state. The other side of it, for the digital equity piece, there's 16 million with an M, significantly smaller amount of money, and that will need to increase the programs and projects across the state that relate to the goals and objectives in the digital equity plan. So it's not per county in either case right now.
And okay, so the $1 billion has not been allocated.
Well, the state has it, but to the individual service providers, not yet. Okay. That will happen over this next year.
Okay.
Erin, can I add something additional on top of that, just for clarity of it? So state, as Erin mentioned, that state got the $1 billion. We are currently going through the number and calculating how many households every single county has. please look for a map, and we are in pretty good contacts with county supervisors and manager. They're great stakeholders. So we will send them a map. You can basically see on the map at that time that how many households you have in your county, and basically there will be a number attached to that. So that will show you this is how much we are thinking. The expectation from internet service providers are if the total cost is $100 million, and again, I'm just speculating a number here, to connect every single household in Mojave County, which doesn't have great internet service, then 25% should come from there. So it's a competitive process, but one thing I want to reiterate again, this is not competitive for the local government, this is competitive for the internet service provider. Regardless of who gets this grant, will be liable to connect every single household in Mojave County, which is eligible for this fund.
Okay. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't know which one of you wants to take this. You've got a map of our county, and it shows the number of people that have internet access, apparently. I'm curious how you came up with that number.
Sandeep, would you like to answer that one?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor, for the question. That actually came from the FCC broadband map. So in 2020, end of 2022, fall 2022, Federal Communication published a map, and that was the first time they published a map on the household level. So we looked through that map and we found out there are some missing addresses. So state of Arizona was able to submit approximately 100,000 missing addresses to that map. Map was again revised, and it go through a revision process in every 6 months. So all this data is coming from that map. Our funding was calculated based on that map. When we got the $1 billion funding, we have been told that based on this map, there are 320,000 households in Arizona where this $1 billion fund will go. So it's all coming from the map created by FCC.
You have any idea where they got the information for their map?
I assume mostly came from the census data, the household level data. State of Arizona or Arizona Commerce Authority Broadband Office compared the map against the E911 data we have, and that's where we found some of the lackings on the missing addresses and everything else, and that was transported to FCC to correct the map, and they did eventually correct it.
Was there a question on the census about internet access? I don't remember. I knew they took the toilet question off.
I don't think so, sir. I can go ahead and check it, but I don't think so.
I'm just kind of curious because I don't often run into people that don't have internet access. Generally, when they don't have internet access, it's an affordability issue more than whether service is available or not. I live 10 miles from a paved road, 10 miles from a power line, yet I have internet access that'll run a commercial VoIP system. So I just I question your numbers a little bit, but thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
The affordability pieces will be addressed through the digital equity piece as well. So both will be part of the ongoing conversations.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to the ACA for sending you guys here.
Thank you for having us.
Now we go on to the consent agenda. The following items listed under consent agenda will be, do you need to take a break? Is that what you said? No. Okay. The following items listed under consent agenda will be considered as a group and acted upon by one motion with no separate discussion of said items unless a board member so requests. In that event, the item will be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion and action. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Number 13, number 16, number 28, number 29, number 30, and number 31.
Okay, Supervisor Johnson.
Nothing, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bishop.
I'll follow suit and go with 32.
Okay. Supervisor Lingenfelter. Supervisor Lingenfelter? Okay. I don't hear him, but he's on. Okay. So I got that, and let's see if I got any left. I think all mine have been spoken for. Oh, you know what? I want to put in number 7. Okay, so I need a motion to approve Consent agenda items 5 through 43 minus 7, 13, 16, 17, 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32.
33 also.
And 33? Okay.
So moved.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 7, I want to take this out, approve the comments of the United States Department of the Air Force with concerns on the draft environmental impact statement. Is there anyone here from Development Services who can just give us a very quick overview of why we're sending this in?
Yeah, just a quick overview. We received a comment submission from the Department of Air Force to be able to comment on their draft environmental impact statement. The statement is proposing changes to the military operation areas within Arizona. One in particular that is in relation to Mojave County is the Baghdad military operation area. One of the changes that they're looking to propose is to drop the elevation of that military operation area from the 5,000, 7,000 range, depending if it's the sea level or ground level, whatever's highest, down from 7,000 or 5,000 to the 500-foot elevation. Within their draft, they're looking at several different options. The one option that they're looking at to move forward with is that 500-foot level. Development Services looked into it. We looked at it throughout the county, through other departments, Public Works, Economic Development, and the concerns are is dropping the level down to 500 feet would create a nuisance for the area that is under that military operation area, the Baghdad area, and feel that the option that they should be choosing is the no action option. The comment letter would that we're proposing to you today would represent that option and send those comments on to the Department of the Air Force.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Madam Chairman.
Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Scott, did you say, so the rest of the county, the floor is 5,000 feet? Is that what you said?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gould, so the current military operations area floor is 5,000 feet at grade level, correct? And that's just in that area in the Baghdad. They have a specific boundary, and it's just on the southeastern portion of Mojave County that has this military operation area. But the proposal is to bring that down from the 5,000 to a 500-foot elevation.
So the rest of the county is 5,000 feet?
Supervisor Gould, I don't believe the rest of the county has that operation area boundary. It's just that southeastern portion.
Because they fly about 300 feet over my house. Fast. Very fast. And drop flares and do all kinds of stuff. So it's up to find out what area of operation my house is in. But thank you for that.
Yes. Yeah.
All right, anyone else?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
how long has this been an area for the military to use?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Johnson, that I'm not familiar with. I could do some research. From my understanding, it's been there for a while, but they're looking to make the changes so they can increase the level of training that they're looking for.
Right, it's been there for a tremendously long time, and it's not like they're going to be flying these planes, every hour on the hour. I mean, our military does need training, and it isn't a surprise.
Okay, anyone else? Supervisor Bishop?
So as probably the only pilot that's sitting on this board, I can tell you that 500 feet is really, really low. And I have been in some of these areas where they have the corridor for the training. These jets, when they fly by, I don't know what altitude they're at, but I wouldn't discount the 300 foot that Supervisor Bold mentioned. It's loud. It comes on you within seconds, and it's gone within seconds. But it's very disturbing if you're not expecting something like that, especially at night.
Okay.
I think 500 feet is probably too low.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, with that, I will make a motion to approve item 7.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Supervisor Lingenfelter? We need you.
I vote to approve.
What did he say? Oh, so it's aye. So it's 3-2. The ayes have it. Thank you. Number 13, to approve the adoption of Board of Supervisor resolution, which is a rezone of a parcel from AR 36A to AR 8A. Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. A member of the public wanted to speak to this.
Okay. Oh, here you got it here. 13, Mr. DeSager.
Hello, my name is Chuck DeShazer from Topeka, Arizona. I looked into this particular rezone, and even though it was approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission, what I'm finding is that it falls within the 36-acre minimum that Stagecoach Trails sold off, and they're all supposed to stay up at the 40-acre range. My concern with it is that if you start breaking down all of these parcels from ranchettes of 40 acres, the last time I had a police officer respond to my property with shots fired, it took 1 hour and 42 minutes. We don't have enough police and fire and everything else to start breaking down 40-acre ranchettes that are supposed to stay that way into 5 or 8 acre parcels. That's what I'd like you guys to consider. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? To comment? No? Okay, I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 16, this is an extension of time for a special use permit in the Kingman vicinity. We have Mr. DeShazer signed up for this as well.
Chuck DeShazer, Topeka, Arizona. Again, I'm looking at this particular item, and it looks like this was initially started 2 years ago, so this would be a second extension for, I guess it's 4-H, rodeo, and motorsports. And my thinking on this one is that if they don't have their stuff together by now, they don't really need another extension until they can get all their ducks in a row to have it done within the specified time frame. Thank you.
Thank you. We also have Mr. Sean Meisner.
Hello, Chairman, Board. Good to see you all. It's been a little bit. I just wanted to say about this, I'm just wondering why they would need a rodeo arena. We've got a perfectly good rodeo arena at the fairgrounds, just needs some panels, and then we could have everybody enjoy rodeos there. If we got our own panels at the fairgrounds for our own rodeos, we wouldn't have to pay the Kingsmen have to pay for all the panels when they come in to have the rodeos. So if we didn't have to pay for the panels, then they could actually make money, and more people could use the rodeo arena, including the 4-H. And that's pretty much why the junior rodeo left, was because we didn't have our own panels over there. If you want to know anything about the fairgrounds, I'd be more than happy to tell you about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments on this item 16? Okay, I need a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 17. This is for the chairman to sign the Mojave County overdose data to Action States intergovernment agreement.
Do you have questions on
Yeah, can you just explain a little about why you do this and what we get in return?
Well, the Overdose Data to Action program is a nationwide program. This particular funding is for states only, and it's to reduce the number of overdose-related deaths. And so this is specifically for Mojave County, and we do it to reduce the number of overdose-related deaths. So everything from providing naloxone kits to doing education in the classroom to prevent future use by youth. We do community coalitions and health fairs. And then there's also a component where they work with the courts, with the health and wellness courts.
Has it worked? You said these numbers will help you do this, all this other stuff to help lower the numbers. And so I'm asking, has it worked?
So the data that I pulled for 2023, we have a report for 2022. And there's always that delay. I have that visual up here, which provides some of the numbers of the overdoses, the cases, and the number of naloxone kits that was provided out. We have, I believe it's 64% of overdoses had somebody nearby and could use the naloxone. So in 2024, we provided 313 naloxone kits and 42 naloxone trainings. And countywide for 2024 deaths, we have so far 28 deaths. In 2023, we had 44 total at the end of the year.
Okay.
And so we're projected to end the year under what we had for 2023. And I mean, that's all dependent. We've got fentanyl out there. That's other substances are being laced with fentanyl, so that's outside of our control, but we can provide the naloxone and the training. So that way, hopefully individuals don't take substances that could be laced with fentanyl, but also if they do, then the naloxone is there to reverse any overdoses.
I saw in your chart that the number one drug is fentanyl, and I think we all know that now. What percentage of the deaths are due to fentanyl, or as opposed to the other ones?
I don't have that information in front of me, but yes, absolutely.
It's getting worse.
Yes. I did a fentanyl forum last week, and it is getting worse. I want to say statewide it was around 69% and climbing.
I heard a story anecdotally that at a bank, they were, a teller got sick. I don't know if this teller died because money that she was given had traces of fentanyl and she was just touching it. That's how dangerous this stuff is. So now they're going to give Narcan out in banks. Like how far down do we go here, at banks? But this has got to be addressed. To me, it's the biggest crisis of our time.
Absolutely.
Okay, anyone else?
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I believe the question on this is to revise the budget because the funding has been reduced. Is that correct, Melissa?
The funding was reduced when we got the first contract. This is an amendment that we've received since then. However, the fiscal year 25 budget was created before we got that first contract, and we received the first contract in fiscal year 24. So now we're working to ensure that fiscal year 25 budget has been updated to reflect those numbers.
So you received full funding?
We received the 80,000, so we did have a cut, but we received it in fiscal year 24 after the budget was created for fiscal year 25.
So we're accounting for the reduction, and this is federal money?
Yes, it's federal. That's given down to the state level.
So we have money to buy people internet that don't need it, but we don't want to continue the fund the naloxone program. Thank you, ma'am.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. I make a motion we approve 17.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries on to 28. That's to authorize the Elections Department to remove Spanish from the 2024 general election ballot if it becomes necessary to prevent a two-card ballot. Mr. Tempert, come on down.
Hello, everybody.
Hola.
Oh, very good. I like that. Well, I wrote a lot of stuff in the backup, but I want to tell you how we got there. Okay? It's sort of like a story, you know, almost like the Beverly Hillbillies, but it has no humor to it. Okay? How did we get here? Well, years ago, the state of Arizona was covered under the Section 200 of the Voting Rights Act, 203 to be specific, to have to, all counties include Spanish, the Spanish language in all their voting materials, including the ballot. Okay? Years back, probably 8 to 10 years ago, it was the requirement from the federal government, the Department of Justice, to do so because they didn't see the discrimination that they thought they had seen before, whether, you know, I'm just assuming that there was, only requiring certain counties to do so. Now, we continued to have Spanish on our ballots like most every other county did because it would just continue to do so as something we continued to do. Okay? But we have not yet ever had the situation that we had to go to more than a one-card ballot. There are a lot of issues involved in a multi-card ballot. And what I put in the backup a week ago is just the surface. Since that time, I've been living this. I've been investigating. I've been hearing others. We've been talking amongst our counties and such. But the reason we're going there is how we got there was we have 13 state legislative ballot measures. How they resulted was because they were vetoed by the governor, and the legislature then put them for the people to make the decision. That's just wonderful. It's great. You know, let the people make the decision. But I got to try to get it all in a manageable thing. In addition to that, we have 3 local ballot measures that will appear on different parts of the ballot, thus expanding the size of the ballot. And you don't have some with just 1 card and some with 2 card type of stuff. It's like almost like an all or nothing type of thing. You know, regardless, like on the length of the ballot, and how the format comes out, how it has to be done. And then, in addition to that, we have some local. We have the town of Colorado City that's going to be on the ballot. And we have a special district. We have the Bullhead City Fire District. We have the Mojave Community College District 4 and such. Put all that together, it just kind of all adds up to the first time. And I've been watching this, and I didn't want to cry wolf. I didn't want to be Chicken Little, the sky is falling. So that's the reason. The moment I knew we were going to do a 2-page ballot, I got it for this agenda to discuss this, to ask you all about if you would consider doing this. Something I really don't want to do to remove in general in life, okay, like we're saying, because we just kept on cruising along and it worked. You know, I've handled it, but I can't do it anymore. It's a certainty. So what I'm really asking to do, for a million little reasons, you know, the complexities that come in, not just because Alan doesn't want to do it, oh, it's too hard. There's none of that involved whatsoever. I mean, just putting it together, making it, I'll just give you for instances. We may have 125, I'm guessing we're going to have between 110 and 125,000 people vote this general election. Well, that goes from 100, we'll say 125,000 on the big end sheets of paper to 250,000 sheets of paper. And I will guarantee you, almost guarantee, you can't guarantee anything, almost guarantee you that there's going to be recounts, automatic recounts. The threshold changed in 2022, making it 5 times more likely to happen. And we've seen it happen in 2022, and that's just fine and dandy too. I'm not complaining about that. We can handle that. But can you imagine Mojave County trying to count 250,000 sheets of paper for a second time? And what might trigger it is Colorado City's council race. I got to count them all. Every single one of them. Okay? So I don't have the manpower to do it. I'm not crying, go out and get them. I just can't pick people off the street to help me do my stuff. It's just not possible. You know, I have to have people that I train, that I trust, that I go downline. And I'm short-staffed to begin with. to begin with, but we're doing our very best. I might have to go out into the workforce, which I've had to do the last couple of elections, the workforce as in our county staff members, coming in and helping. Alexis is an example. She came down, she's helped me the last couple of elections. So they come in and help election night. They help me get things together to put through the scanning equipment because I need the extra help to do so. Well, I may have to have this happen now for early voting for 3 weeks leading in every night after 5 o'clock, having people come and help me prepare things so I can count and scan the ballots. Really what it comes down to it is Little Mojave County, we're not that little, and there's 4 other counties have already have said they're removing the Spanish from their ballot. La Paz, tell you who they are. I know for certain those that are doing it. Coconino, Greenlee, La Paz, and Navajo are all going just to an English-only ballot. Others are still up in the air, and some have to have English and Spanish on their ballot. Maricopa County is required to, Santa Cruz is required to, Yuma is required to, so that's 3 more out of the mix of the 15. They have to because they fall under the Spanish requirements. Okay? So really what it comes down to this, I want to ask you, I know what I need to do to make things work more administratively. To make it, we're not required to do this. And I know just because you're not required doesn't mean you shouldn't do something, Alan. I got that too in life, sometimes, right? But the Department of Justice, for a reason, does not require Mojave County to provide that service. That is the real key. That legally, that's as solid as it goes. So we're not required to do so, and I've continued to do so even though we weren't required. And if you're ever going to cut it, you got to cut it sometime. Okay. And it's the first time it ever arose.
Okay, I was always under the impression we had to. So you kind of had me at hello. All right.
No.
Anyone? Supervisor Gould, did you have something?
So, Alan, we're not required to do it. If we continue to put Spanish on our ballots, it'll go to a 2-card system.
Correct.
Do you have to keep the 2 cards together?
No. But it leads into some issues statistically. If I put in the backup, as you can see, the first card for the system we use, Election Systems and Software, our vendor, very good company. The first card counts. It's for voter statistics in reality. So we will not get back, say we had 100,000 voters, right? We will not get 200,000 cards back, and the statistics will be lower. There's certain things, and there's other statistics in there that people just thrive on, these little statisticians. And I see allegations of fraud. I see this, I see that. How come they're not adding up? How come you can't do that, Alan? I really have to go a back direction to try to make all those numbers come out. So no, they don't have to go together, and they'll count each ballot. And this is what I got to say. English only or English and Spanish, I will guarantee you I will come up with the exact same answers for every candidate, no matter what. They'll still get the right number of votes. No doubt about it. It's getting there to make that happen.
Okay.
We don't put other languages on the ballot.
We do
Arizona is an English-only state.
That is
correct.
correct.
The only reason that Spanish is on government documents is the ones that the federal government forces us to do.
Correct.
So I see no reason to have Spanish on our ballots if we're not required by the federal government.
Anyone else? Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Madam Chair, hopefully you can hear me. I would concur with Supervisor Gould's comments on this.
Yes. Yeah, like I said, you had me at hello, and I read this. I just thought that we had to. I don't know where I got the idea.
Changed some years ago, but sometimes you just continue things.
But I'm glad you talked about everything, because in this sort of contentious election time, it's getting more and more complicated, the ballots, to have all of these. Not all 13 of the ballot initiatives were the legislature put on because it didn't go through. I mean, there's a lot of different ones, and that's going to be a very, very interesting thing to navigate, and it's going to be a very difficult thing at the end to count, and if you have to do recounts. But let me just, because you brought it up, why would you worry about Colorado City? I mean, if you had to recount Colorado City, you just You just take the
Every
coloring.
single one of them. Every 80% of our ballots are cast early and they're somewhere in those tubs. The law requires when you do a recount on any race, you have to recount every single ballot. It won't count. We would have it programmed that it would not acknowledge the president. It would not acknowledge the U.S. senator, right? Would not acknowledge.
You're only
other
talking about the people who qualify to vote in Colorado cities, and that's not a huge number.
And that's true, but those ballots can be in any one of the, right now I had 85 totes for the
I see what you're
20.
saying.
Now I would go to 170,
Separate them. Yeah.
looking for early ballots for Colorado. They all get ran through this. It's the most efficient way. But I just turned, when I did the 2022 general election recall for the public superintendent of public instruction in the attorney general's race, I came exactly perfect, and it took me 4 days to do it, to count those 85,000 ballots. Well, things will be different this way. I will have many more, and if I had a 2-page ballot, I would move this recount process into a 2-week period.
Okay.
So,
got it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Gould.
I just wanted to clarify that. So on the ballot, you have questions. You have candidates that are running for election. You have citizens initiatives.
Yes.
Which are where groups of people go out and gather signatures to get that question on the ballot. Those can either be constitutional changes or they can be statute changes. You have referrals that come from the legislature, which can either be constitutional changes, because to change the state constitution, it must go before the voters. And you have statute changes. A lot of that is when you're trying to get around a governor, because then the people become the executive. The people are going to put their signature on that. And you have local initiatives also. The numbering system indicates something. You have 100s, 200s, 300s, and 400s. Alan might know this. I forget off the top of my head, other than 400s are local.
400s are locals.
100s are constitutional
100s are
changes.
constitutional, 200s are referendums, and 300s are initiatives, state level, those 200 and 300s. So we have a whole bunch of 100s, from the state level one for a constitutional type of things. And we have two voter initiatives on there, which those pass the muster, to be on. So that makes a total of 15 plus 3 is 18.
So far, the court was talking about they could still yank it back after the voters had voted on it the other day.
Did they?
Yeah, which is interesting. What was the total number?
We have a total of 18. We have 13 put on by the state, 3 local. There's 13 total, plus 3 is 16. We have 16 total ballot measures.
I believe we still had more one time before.
You're not supposed to remember
I think we
that.
had 17 state level.
Yes, yeah, we did. And you know what? I sit there and I have no idea how we did
ballot fatigue, and we have to watch out for ballot fatigue this time too.
You're right. We did. And it was when I first started, and I looked back at this a couple of months ago, and I said, the writing was that small. It was pushing the limits of not even being able to see, but it was still legal. It's not that way anymore.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, I need a motion. Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Where are we up to? Number 29. Acknowledge in-person early voting locations for the 2024 general election dates, hours, and operations. Who put that? Who asked for that? Oh, okay, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just thought this people watching deserved to have the information firsthand.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisor Gould. This is really just information only. Our early voting locations open, and all early ballots that are initially requested are mailed out on October 9th. Our early voting locations are open 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., Monday through Friday, for that 27-day period. The last day we're required to remain open until 7 p.m. on November 1st. Our locations are the main Mojave County libraries in Bullhead, Havasu, and Kingman.
What day of the week is November 1st?
A Friday.
Friday. So it's up until Friday at 7 o'clock.
The Friday prior to Election Day, yes.
Okay.
That's
Anyone
all.
else have any
No action
questions?
required?
Do we have to vote on this? It says acknowledge. Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 30, this is establishing an emergency voting center.
Madam Chairman, it's the same. I just wanted the public to see the information.
Okay.
Emergency voting starts at 7 p.m. on Friday after early voting ends. It goes until 5 p.m. on Monday prior to Election Day. If anyone declares that they have an emergency and they haven't been able to vote the past 27 days for early voting and they're not able to attend the polls 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Election Day, they are required to complete the affidavit form that goes into their voter registration record, and they can only vote at our office, 700 West Beale Street, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Now that we're required to be open that weekend, we will be open Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. through Monday, 8 a.m., 5 p.m.
Madam Recorder, how many people took advantage of this of the emergency voting opportunity at the primary election?
We had 2 voters vote emergency. It's usually not common.
They have a lot of other opportunities to vote.
Correct.
But I guess it was pretty darn important for these folks to come down over the weekend and cast their ballot, so good for them.
Yes.
Rather have them do that than stay home.
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 31, this is to approve the Governor's Office Highway Safety Grant for the amount of $7,500 and authorize finance to revise the budget. The funding will be used for salary/ERE for impaired driving enforcement details. Who took this?
Nobody.
And why is it? Okay, oops. I did, but it's on my thing, so yeah.
Okay.
So we
Motion
need
to approve.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 32, approve transfer of care, custody, and ownership of Canine Bruno to Deputy Kevin Gunno. Did I say that name right?
Gunno.
Gunno? From the Sheriff's Department, we put this on. Is Mr. Gunno here? Did I get that wrong too?
It's Canine Bruno here.
Yeah, I thought everybody was going to be here. I just wanted to take this out to say that good job getting this done. There was a story about it in the Mojave County paper yesterday, the Bullhead City paper. And with that, I want to make a motion to approve.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Little sidebar note, we had a planning and zoning had their general plan meeting in Yucca at my church in Yucca, and Deputy Gunno was there providing security, and I said, "What? No dog?" And he said that they retired the dog. And I go, "Okay." It just was it was interesting. I second your motion.
Okay, so we have a motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I got that weird background.
What?
Sound like the sheriff.
Was it the sheriff? Hey, is Sheriff Schuster, you there?
I am. Can you see me?
Well, yes, see you now.
Okay. I have a weird background for some reason.
Tatooine, one or the other.
Yeah. Okay, so did you want to make a comment on this item?
Madam Chair, no, just available for questions.
Oh, okay, well. No, any questions for the sheriff on this one? Okay, but thank you
Madam
for
Chairman.
popping in.
I don't have a question, but I would have loved to have seen Canine Bruno come and do one last public showing so that we can all give him an applause and maybe a pet, but maybe the sheriff can arrange that for another time for the canine to come and say his official goodbye, and we can show our respect to Deputy Gano, who's also retiring.
Sheriff, do you think that is a possibility?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, something I'll look into. Deputy Gano has left the agency now and the dog is gone, so we might be able to get him come back in for one of the meetings, but they know they were appreciated. We gave them a warm send off over here, and thank you all for your continued support of our K-9 program.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that. So I thought we have a motion and a second. We didn't vote yet, though, right? We voted on that one? Okay. Okay. Number 33 is to set a public hearing to consider and approve Mojave County Sheriff's Office request to update video recorder fees. Who took this out? Ron? Supervisor Gould?
Member of the public wanted to testify.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Chuck DeShazer. Again.
Chuck DeShazer, Topak, Arizona. I had some questions. I looked at the background on this particular item, and as I understand it, we have body cameras on our deputies right now, and they're currently not charging anything if you're involved in an incident for the backup video. If you're, say, a insurance company or a lawyer or somebody, they're charging $12.50 per incident currently. And they're asking you to make it $11.50 for every 15-minute segment that needs to be redacted. The questioning on this has to be, I recall back when you guys approved the body cam, and I thought that when that was approved, you were paying an exorbitant amount for the storage and redaction services. If this is being done by the sheriff's department itself, if somebody puts in a request for a specific incident, they don't know how much they're going to be paying for, because you could have 6 officers all show up at one incident and they could be there for hours on end, and you're talking about, how do you know what the cost is going to end up being at $11.50 for every 15-minute segment that you're going to do? On top of that, what's the money going to be used for? Is there going to be more people hired to do redaction, or what does this involve? Because that wasn't in the backup.
Okay. Sheriff Schuster?
And if I could, before Sheriff Schuster jumps on, if I could just
Go ahead.
Just be clear, this is to set a public hearing for this.
Right. So we're talking.
I appreciate the comments, but you'll have another opportunity to come back on October 7th to be able to make those, just so you're aware of that as well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, just if you look at the motion, it says set a public hearing for October 7th for the Board of Supervisors to consider and approve the request. So you'll have another opportunity to be able to make that.
Yeah, we'll talk about it more in depth then.
Sure.
Okay.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we're going on to public hearings. Does anybody need a break? Okay. Number 44, I'm going to open the public hearing, discussion and possible action to approve the adoption of Board of Supervisor Resolution 2024, which is an amendment to the Mojave County General Plan. 44, I have nobody signed up. Anyone wish to speak on item 44? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
motion to approve.
Okay,
Well, motion by Buster.
right. But who gave the second?
Nobody.
Okay, motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 45, I'm opening up the public hearing, discussion possible action to approve a rezone out in Golden Valley. I have nobody signed up. Anybody here? Anyone here wish to speak on item 45? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Going to open the public hearing for item 46 to approve the adoption of a resolution for a rezone from agricultural residential to allow for minor land division in Golden Valley. Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. Nobody signed up to speak. Anyone wish to speak? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item 47, I'm going to open the public hearing. Discussion possible action to approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2024-181, which is a rezone, and from agricultural residential 10-acre minimum lot zone to a single-family residential manufacturing homes prohibited. The commission recommended approval by unanimous vote with condition to limit to 40 lots for the proposed subdivision. We do have several people signed up to speak. We will start with, can't read you, Jason Arrow? Sorry if I didn't get that right. And then after Jason, we have Gordon Morris. Are you Mr. Morris? Okay, I'll give you up to 5 minutes, Mr. Morris.
Sure, I'll need that.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Jason. I live on, I don't remember my address. I'm sorry. I'm off of Eden, north of 68. I have a P.O. box. I don't get rural mail, so I apologize for the lack of the address. Before I get into this too in depth, I've come to a number of these meetings since I've been a resident of Golden Valley. I pay attention to kind of what's said in both directions. I understand that the board has a job to do, is to bring in revenue to keep things moving, to keep things working. So I'm not one of those folks that is anti-growth. I come from a smaller town that became a big town. It was called Ranch Cucamonga. I'm a former Californian. I came here to embrace a different way of living. And so I understand that there's, an opportunity seen in different districts to bring in this money to keep things moving. And I'm not opposed to growth, but I think there needs to be a distinction between growth that's planned and growth that's maybe left a little unchecked. I want to make one point about the Dorado development, the project that was proposed, just to say that it should revert because of a prior agreement that was established, that after enough time it would revert.
That's not what we're discussing.
That's something that was said earlier. I just wanted to say that, but having gone on, I think there's not a demand for 1 acre lots. I know that that's been an argument said that there's no demand for 1 acre lots, but I think there is. I don't think it needs to necessarily go down to the density of 4 times what the community's been asking for. Especially in that area where there's other considerations with traffic. I mean, obviously the county has put in a divider because traffic is a major concern out there. So these are things that
State.
One of the biggest appeals that we want is to keep it rural as much as possible. Even with growth, keep it rural. As it seems that some developments, I think Jeremy Brown of Legacy Acres wants to develop 2 acres. That's well within the understanding of how the community wants things. It seems, and thank you for that understanding. I'm not sure if he's here or not, but we've already discussed water allotments before. We were here just months ago with these same questions with a larger developer. Now, I understand this is a smaller project that's being proposed, but most of the same questions are similar. Given the revision of the plan underway, the idea at the time was, well, if we can't figure this out now, let's see what the plan revision develops, and let's go from there. I don't see how the proposed project is any different because it's trying to rezone something prior to a plan that's being revised, and maybe at some point we can actually develop a little more aggressive of a plan. But right now, most of the community has been asking consistently at these meetings for a 1 acre minimum size, no larger or no smaller than that. And that's kind of where we're standing with this. Hopefully, it'll be at the very least rejected. But if not, my proposal to the board is that in a similar situation to what we said a few months ago, let's see where the plan revision goes. Let's work with the plan revision and see if we can figure out what that actually means, because it's contested whether this is part of an urban development intention that was talked about in prior decades or whether this is being, developed right now and decided on. So my request is in line with most of the community and what they've been saying at almost every one of these meetings where this has been brought up, to try to keep it 1 acres But if that feels like something that the board doesn't really want to support, then at the very least, let the plan revision take its course. Let's see where it's going to go. Let's work through the proper channels, and then take it from there. And that's the conclusion. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenny Taggart?
Good morning, Kenny Taggart. I live at 431 Stewart Mountain Road in the Ship Estates, adjacent to this proposed subdivision. I oppose it based on the fact that the posting that was put out there in the field says that it's RO6M, which is 10,000 square foot minimum lots. There's not enough space to put 40 homes in 10 acres that would allow only 35,600 square feet for streets and sidewalks. There's just, sets a precedence that where they would have to come for a variance on the lots, get smaller lots, which is a scary precedent to me as far as trying to build less than what they're putting out there up front. In addition to that, our sewer system out there that our homes have paid for, and we pay also monthly, is at capacity, and there's supposedly some other company coming in to purchase that, and at some point they might extend that. I think that cost is going to end up getting passed on to all the existing residents, and based on the fact that they cannot build the RO6M and the cost of the sewer system expansion that needs to happen, this should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Art Ramos? And then Danielle is after Art.
Good morning, Art Ramos here. And I live in Golden Valley on Agua Fria. Anyway, I agree with the other gentleman. I'm to oppose this change of zoning because we are in a general plan mode, and I appreciate the history lesson from and all the maps that we saw about the previous general plans. But like they said in the meeting the other day, the general plan, the committee that comes up with a suggestion, that he said, well, we're supposed to do what the community wants, not what a builder or contractor or whoever buys a piece of property. They don't make a decision or suggest a plan for that person. They suggest a plan for the entire community. And I think, like the gentleman just said, that we've made it pretty clear as a community what we would appreciate this Golden Valley to remain the way that it is now. And the general plan that was presented at their meeting a couple weeks ago had all of the growth, growth is good. We have to have it. I get that. But to jam a bunch of houses in 1 acre spots, very few of us like that idea. Well, the guys that are going to make money doing it, they love that idea, but I don't know how many of them live in the locally, in the near vicinity to that area. But anyway, I oppose. I hope you come to agree with us that it should remain just on the back burner until this general plan gets solidified, because evidently the way it looks to me is that the community wants it to stay rural and for the growth to be along the highway like the gentleman showed us on the map. So that's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Danielle? That's the happiest I've ever seen someone come down those stairs.
Good morning, Supervisors. Danielle Oley, Golden Valley. I'm representing on behalf of the Golden Valley Community Alliance. As you all know, we're in the process of updating the general plan, and this is the time where the community can come together and express how they'd like to see the area develop over the next 10 years, which Golden Valley has been putting together their own community meetings, gathering information from the community, and we've been sending that to the planning and zoning, and they've been really great to work with and really listening to us. Golden Valley residents have made it very clear that they would like to see 1-acre lot sizes and AR zones preserved. The applicant of this rezone knows good and well how the community feels about small lot subdivisions, so this opposition should come as no surprise. You denied the Engel Homes rezone due to the general plan update to allow the developers and the community to work together to find a reasonable solution. We ask that you deny this rezone for the same reasonings. It's also been made very clear during the general plan updates that the general plan, it's not set in stone. So even though they are proposing a lot of suburban development, developers can still come in and do major plan amendments to it. It's not stopping development. It's just making developers have to come in and work a little bit harder with the community, which I don't see anything wrong with that. Some other concerns that need to be addressed are the Ship Estate sewage plant still stinks and needs to be fixed. The applicant has said that it will get fixed in the future, but where's the proof? And also, another question that keeps popping up is, does the applicant plan on selling the property after the rezone to other interested parties? And I do want to note that in the backup documents, there were missing letters of opposition when I looked at the agenda yesterday. I reached out to Development Services, which they did acknowledge the missing documents, and they forwarded them to you this morning. I'm not sure if you had a chance to read those or not. And we do want to thank Jeremy Brown from Legacy Acres. He was the rezones right before the 245 and 46. He reached out to us. He's willing to work with the community. He reached out to the property owners who were upset with the rezone across from their property, but they were able to smooth everything out. So I do want to just emphasize that it's not that we're against development. We just want to work with developers as a community, and that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. James Jones.
Morning, Board of Supervisors and comrades. My name is James, Sovereign of Kingman. I'm not in Golden Valley, but I object to this planning and zoning move for the reasons we've talked about so many times before, is the planning doesn't come from the top, it's coming from the bottom. And it doesn't seem to be organized well enough to actually include the people and get the people's input. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in from Kingman and say that I'm against it, and I think that the people should be more involved in what is being done in their community there, not the developers. We should be for the people, not for the developers. The developers should already have a plan and say, this is what you can or cannot do from the top down, and they don't have that. We don't have the water, so on and so forth. We already talked about all that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Okay, before I have the applicant come up, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay. Yeah, first Ms. Esposito, then the lady next to her, and then Philip.
Thank you. Jennifer Esposito, property owner in Golden Valley. I did sign up to speak on this item. There should be a form there. I would like to point out that this does not create, if this is rebuffed today, it does not create a lack of housing in the immediate area, because in March 7th of, I believe it was 2022, this board approved Engel Homes building 200 to 300 homes directly across on the other side of Teddy Roosevelt. on 67.95 acres. And I believe that that will likely also be tied into the same sewer system. Now, I was at the planning and zoning meeting where this was approved, and a lot of information did not come out. The applicant, only one of the two property owners was there, Mr. Robinson, and he indicated to the Planning and Zoning Board that, oh, well, the zoning would allow for us to build an apartment or whatever, but we're not going to do that. Just let me build 60 homes. And one of the commissioners said, well, I don't feel comfortable with 60 homes on a parcel of less than 10 acres, but I'd be okay with 40, Mr. Robinson. Would you be okay with 40? And he agreed to do 40. Now, he also said, don't worry about water, sewer, and electric because Cactus Utilities is going to be taking over the sewer system. Well, he offered no proof and nothing from Cactus as to a plan to upgrade the existing, basically it's a community septic system which has to be pumped out, and I believe it's at capacity and there's been problems finding people to do the job. They've gone through a couple is my understanding. And I said this was putting the cart before the horse, because unless you have assurances from Cactus that A, they're going to expand the sewer system to accommodate an additional 40 homes, that and that second, that this parcel would even be allowed to hook up to it, it indicated to me that Mr. Robinson intended to sell this, probably to Angle Homes, who would then have access to hook up because they do a lot of deals with Cactus, as Supervisor Lingenfelter and Bishop are aware, having had Zoom meetings with them in the past regarding Cactus and the previous assumed thing. So I went to the location, and one of the public notices signs only faces the vacant lot and no one sees it. The other one is either crumpled intentionally or crumpled from the wind to where it was hard for the public to read it. I took the time to go over and speak to some of the people within the 300-foot boundary. Many people were not even aware about the rezone. They didn't know. And I didn't speak to one single person who was in favor of it, although not all of them could be here to attend for a variety of reasons. But I probably knocked about 45 doors and talked to everybody who was home just to see if they knew. And a lot of them, most of them didn't know. So I oppose it until the general plan is revised and it's not consistent with what we've got going on at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry I don't know your name, so you're going to have to state it when you're down here. And then after this lady, we'll have Mr. Robinson. The other Robinson.
My name is Angel Lund. I'm from Golden Valley. I submitted a lengthy email to the clerk. I'm surprised to hear that you didn't get it. Hopefully you have it now.
Yeah. We had it before.
You got it before? Okay. Has everybody read it?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is preposterous. We keep coming before you stating what our area would like. We are the residents. We are the ones who live there. We ask for 1 acre, and yet we still have developers coming in trying to slide under if we by chance don't see their posted notes, if we don't happen to see what the agenda says and look up that specific piece of property. This is a ridiculous idea to do 40 homes on 10 acres. And then, you're not going to have individual septic systems. You're going to count on the guy across the street to pump that down almost into the Sacramento Wash. And that washway is subject to flooding, as we all know. I believe that they've already lost 1 or 2 companies that come out and pump that regularly. And the poor people that live around it smell that every day. Every day. How would you like to live in a sewer? You buy your home and then suddenly it smells like you live in a sewer. This is a bad idea. If you want to put development, give the people that don't have water, that don't have whatever they need, a road that they can get through. Don't develop what doesn't need to be developed. As Mr. Johnson said, there's not even a need right now for 1 acre parcels, much less more tiny homes, or I should say huge homes on tiny lots. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Phil Robinson.
Morning, y'all. My name's Philip Robinson, Golden Valley. I'm opposed to this. Number one, I know friends at Cactus. They haven't heard.
Please keep your comments this way.
Well, what I said is I told them I'm sorry, Steve, but they haven't heard from you. My other issue with that is wait time. 4 houses on an acre? Come on, y'all. This is getting ridiculous. Thank you.
Okay. All right, anyone else? So Mr. Steve Robinson, he is the applicant.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, I'm not alone in this. I have a partner named Linda Smith. She's in Florida. I've known her for 45 years. She's a friend as well as a tax client. Another partner is Diane Jemison, who owns 63 parcels in Golden Valley alone. All but about 6 or 8 of them are 2 acres or less. So we're talking about a development, and I want to mention that we've heard a lot of good comments about people who say, you know, we're the residents of Golden Valley. Well, I've already gotten over 500 or over 50 signatures in just a couple days, representing over 1,000 acres, not including Angle Homes. The number of people with over 5 acres in Golden Valley in the corridor alone is over 300, 400 people. And so this development, first off, is in the urban growth area, right along the corridor, the highway corridor. I want to show you this. I showed it, but I'll go over it again clearly. Out of 8,000 lots that were part of the Golden Sage Rancho, only 3,500 are developed. Most of them still don't have power or water. Now, people talk about the demand. We had Angle Homes bought that long-time development, Ship Estates, back in 21 and 22. They didn't know how well it would sell. Hotcakes at a church social didn't sell as fast as those parcels, those quarter-acre lots, one house per every, or 4 homes per acre. I'm going to show you a list of the significance of what's in Golden Valley. First off, I never said 60. I never intended to build 60 homes. That's what Mr. Bradshaw was afraid of. I know that it's, you know, I want decent sized homes, 6,800 square foot lots. But in Golden Valley, and you know, I'm going to need more time to explain all this if I may. My friend Terry will give me her time.
Well, no one named Terry has signed up.
Okay, so anyway, there's 89 square miles in the planning area. There's, in the 10-mile corridor, only 4.82 can be developed. Not to full 10 miles because of washes, because of government land, and because of the Golden Sage Ranchos units. There's 16 acres, or 16 miles of BLM land, and then there's 9 miles not serviced by either GVID or Valley Pioneers. The total amount of non-developable land is 68 square miles. There's 10 acres, 10 square miles outside the...
If we have any questions, we're still in the public hearing.
I'll entertain any questions right now.
No, we're in the public hearing right now.
Okay. So I'll come back when you ask.
Okay, anyone else wish to speak on item 47? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Board, you won't have any questions for the applicant or anybody?
Chairman Angus, I do have a couple of questions for the applicant. So, Mr. Robinson, this is a joint venture between you and two other private property owners in the general vicinity of Ship Estates?
Yes.
Is it part of Ship Estates, or is it just next to
Madam
it?
Chair, it's not part of Ship Estates. One person owns 3 1-acre or AR residential lots, and Linda and I own this 5-acre parcel that was 5 acres that was zoned years ago AR 10, but it was split when it should have done the rezone to 5 acres or whatever.
And can I ask, when you came into possession of property ownership in this area?
Oh, I personally, last spring.
Okay, so it's been less than a year.
Yes, I've lived in Golden Valley for almost 15 years. My family's lived in Golden Valley for 40 years. My dad's oldest sister and her nephew moved in the mid-'80s, and so my family's been part of Golden Valley. I have had 5 of my dad's siblings, including him, and 3 spouses that have died in Golden Valley. Golden Valley is in my heart, my blood. I live there. It's the first time I've owned land there, but my family's owned land for years.
Okay, I don't discount that. You do come with quite an extensive reputation. So you stated that this is the considered the urban growth area according to the current general plan. You want to go into that a little bit more?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop. I put on here I better take off my hat so you can see my ugly head. Right here where right here is the 10 acres. And it's in the urban development area, which allows low, medium, and high density. It allows general commercial, neighborhood commercial. It allows light and heavy industrial. Because I'm right next to Ship Estates, I chose the least intrusive for that area. I mean, I couldn't imagine owning a lot and then having someone build a 250-unit apartment complex across the street, so I wouldn't do that. Some of the issues that I thought I want to address is the water issue. There is more than enough water in Golden Valley. Everybody understands that. Secondly, the purchase by Cactus State Utility is scheduled to be completed by September 18th of this month. And until that happens and they have the funds, the expansion and anything won't happen till then. We will need to get a certificate of need and necessity to provide the sewer system to the 10 acres, but they want to do much more. With the potential for urban growth and commercial growth along the highway, they want to provide a line that goes all the way across the highway to serve the commercial area of Golden Valley.
Mr. Robinson, I hate to interrupt you, but
Okay.
actually I do
Okay.
want to interrupt you. It's kind of information that you're repeating from someone else,
Okay,
so
thank
it's
you.
not really valid. And the rezone we're considering, those things will come after the rezone is approved or not. So-
Precisely, and I understand
basically,
that.
this board is just looking at whether or not we want to rezone some property. It does appear to fit with the current Mojave County general plan, and seems to be in an area that contains other zoning and densities of like matter. So that's what I want to talk about now.
Thank you.
What happens in the future, whether or not you sell this property to another developer, that's really not our concern. So according to the former general plans, there's 89,000 square acres in the
89 square miles is in the
or-
planning area.
I'm sorry, square miles. So people are talking about the community of Golden Valley, and I don't know what that is. Do you?
Say that again,
What
Madam?
is the community of Golden Valley? What are their parameters?
I
And
don't
is
know
this
what they
within that
say.
community?
I think they're speaking of this group that many of them, most of the people that have spoken either don't live within the 300-foot area or don't even live in Kingman. or live in Golden Valley. 2 or 3 of them don't even live in Golden Valley. Most of them live 1 to 5 miles away. And, you know, I understand their desire to keep this as a rural community. And my whole point when I put this was, out of 90 square miles, 89.12 square miles, only 15 and a half, including the highway corridor, can be built and developed based upon the restrictions of flood control, BLM land. You can't even build on BLM land. State trust land takes forever to be sold off and auctioned off. So there's so little land that can be built up in Golden Valley. And the speed at which the Angle Homes development sold, that's why they bought the 68 acres to put in 300 homes. That's why they proposed buying the Dorado development, because they see the demand for homes. All I'm trying to do is help meet that demand and make a little money. Is there any crime with making money? So thank you. Is there any other questions?
You had a petition of signatures. What does that petition say that these people are signing?
Would you like me to read it to you?
Yes, I would.
Titled, Preserve Your Private Property Rights in Golden Valley. I, the undersigned, am a resident and or landowner in Golden Valley, Mojave County, Arizona. I support the right of every property owner to utilize and develop his land as she sees fit, as long as it follows the designated land use, applicable ordinances of Mojave County, and the laws of the state of Arizona. Nobody should force their vision for Golden Valley on any other Golden Valley property owner, prevent them from providing commercial, residential, and recreational opportunities, as long as it doesn't encroach on their neighbors, restrict their property rights, and preserves the scenic beauty of public land. It's a generic precinct or a petition, not just applying to this property, because this property, the 5 acres, 10 acres, meets the needs and the zoning requirements.
Thank
And
you,
I guarantee you, when I'm done collecting signatures over the next several months, I'll have 500 names, and it'll represent 10,000 acres, 15 miles in Golden Valley.
All right, I don't discount the validity of your ability to collect those signatures. I get many phone calls from people that don't necessarily want to go on the record, but they want their voices heard. And I'm hearing pros and cons. It's almost 50-50. So I think until Golden Valley incorporates and gets their own mayor and their own council, that this board is going to have to continue to make the tough decisions.
Agreed.
Thank you for your time. I have no further.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Robinson? Okay.
Chairman Angus?
Yes.
Could we hear from Development Services?
Absolutely. Scott? Mr. Holtree? There he is.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. Could you once again go over the planning and zoning portion of requirements for a rezone and what follows should a rezone be approved? And where I'm going is there's a lot of questions as to what's going to happen after the rezone, or should these things happen before the rezone, like traffic studies and environmental impact statements, and what is required by this board to approve a rezone? Can we require developers to do all of these things, putting the cart before the horse, or vice versa?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Bishop, when somebody comes in to apply for a rezone, one thing that we do look at the general plan, which in this area is that urban development area. And in our proposal, we did have a meeting a few weeks ago for the Golden Valley area, proposing the changes that came about from the community meeting that we had. And in our proposal, we did leave this section, because we had the request in from Mr. Robinson, we did leave this section urban development. And so as far as our proposal is concerned, What staff looks at, we look at the general plan designation, we look at the surrounding property owners adjacent to the proposed rezone, whether or not it would be considered spot zoning. In this instance, staff recommended that we continue this application on its process, or give our approval essentially, because it does meet the general plan designation, and the densities adjacent to it and zoning adjacent to it are similar to what's being proposed. As far as this really is the first step in the process, getting the zoning in place. Once the zoning is in place, they do have to go through a preliminary plat process that will show the proposed development that it meets all of the county's land division regulations. That's including road infrastructure, water, electric, anything that would pertain to the infrastructure for that development, sewer. So we would look at it at that time. That also will go before the Board of Supervisors and Planning and Zoning Commission and Board of Supervisors for approval for the preliminary plat, and then also for the final plat once it's approved. In that decision making, there are lots of studies that have to be done as far as a traffic impact analysis, seeing what would be required not only in this subdivision, but the adjacent roads leading to the subdivision, whether or not those need to be improved. This size of lots does require a sewer system, and whether or not they tie into the existing sewer system or have a new one created, it would have to be approved at the state level. That goes all the way to the Department of Environmental Quality. Hopefully that answered your question. I don't know if you have any additional questions.
No, I just wanted kind of a reminder to this board is, we can't look into the future, or we shouldn't look into the future of what these developers are going to be required to do after the rezone is approved. Then they have to go through their preliminary plot process and the final process and all these different things that are required. But nowhere in all these studies does this sewer system come into the county's purview. That's authorized by the state of Arizona ADEQ. So I think that's one of the big complaints that I'm hearing is the system is at capacity, which may or may not be true, and that it doesn't function to the liking of the residents, which again depends on who you speak to. So I just kind of wanted a refresher on that. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yes, Supervisor Gould.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We can add restrictions from the dais, though, on a project, if we so choose. Also, one of the speakers talked about the divider project on Highway 68 as a county project. That is not a county project. That's an ADOT project. So we're taking no responsibility for that project, nor the project on Highway 95 in my district. Just a sidebar comment. I didn't want that to go any further. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Anyone else? Supervisor Lingenfelter? Okay. All right, then.
Chairman Angus?
Yes.
If there's no further discussion, I see no reason to deny this request for a rezone.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? We have a motion and second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. So again, Supervisor Lingenfelter.
We need you.
Tiebreaker. What did he say? He said no? We're hearing voice. We're hearing voice. Well, somebody said no. We'll agree on that. Okay, so what's the problem? Can he?
Supervisor Lingenfelter, can you hear us? He is there.
Mm-hmm. He went to the bathroom. But it's kind of important. I'm going to give him 1 more minute. Supervisor Lingenfelter. Okay. Supervisor Johnson reminded me that, and now it is now a tie, and so the motion fails. So do we have to go back to another motion? To deny? It just stays this way? We're done.
Unless somebody wants to make another motion, but otherwise you can move on.
Well,
Supervisor Angus?
Yeah.
I heard a suggestion from the audience. I think it's a good suggestion. Can we continue it to the next meeting?
Excuse, wait. Can we do this? Can we put it off until later in this meeting? Because hopefully Supervisor Lingenfelter will be back.
So if I could just jump in.
You would have to
So there would have to be a reconsideration from those who were on the prevailing side of the motion. So it'd be
Right.
from one of those who were not who.
Okay.
It'd be who voted against it.
Me.
Those two who voted against it
Supervisor
would
Gould.
have to make a motion for reconsideration.
Okay. All right. Then we got that. So as of right now, unless we hear otherwise during this meeting, the item fails. So now we're going on to item 48. I'm opening the public hearing. It's a rezone from single-family residential manufacturers homes permitted to a to allow residential recreation uses in the Pine Lake vicinity. This was, the commission recommended approval by 6-4 vote, with Helms, Barlow, Gillette, and Martin voting no. Okay, I do have people signed up for this one. Sandra Fobin, I'm sorry, I'm going to get that wrong. Sandra.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Sandra Fabian, and I'm here to oppose the rezone in our Pine Lake district. I built $1 million home next door to this lot, a beautiful home, and it's on parcel 20435-219. And I do have pictures here. Let's see if I can figure out how to. Do I just lay it here?
No, they'll do it.
They'll do it.
Yeah, there you go.
So that is my home, which is on the lot next door. And while I'm showing the home on the lot on the other side, I'd like to say that Steve Lee developed these lots later on, and he zoned them for site-built homes to stay with the characteristics of the area up there. I'm also a real estate agent of 13 years. I sell and list property all over Mojave, Yavapai, and La Paz counties. I know firsthand what mobile homes in site-built tracts cause, to property values. That's my main concern. I'd like to start with the fact that I couldn't attend the Planning and Zoning meeting August 14th due to having a heart attack, and I was hospitalized during this time. And if I get short-winded, I'm still recuperating from that, so I apologize. By the time I was released and recuperated, I had very little time to work on this issue. I contacted my legal counsel, Mr. Basinger. Unfortunately, he was out of town, and he didn't have time to prepare, and he also had another case this morning. But he did help me with some of the facts. Mr. Basinger did inform me that there's a statute that prohibits a rezoning should it significantly diminish property values by rezoning actions. Now, I know that we have RE lots all around the area. However, they're all site-built homes. And I'd like to show some of the homes, you know, that are characteristic, you know, of our area. We do not have any mobile homes in our area, of our homes in that section of Pine Lake. And a rezone, you know, could consist of a 1978 mobile home. You know, a property owner can tell us all kinds of different things, you know, what they intend to do. But the bottom line is that rezoning could allow a 1978 manufactured home. Our property owners up there are putting hundreds of thousands into their properties to build up the neighborhoods and make them look beautiful. Allowing a mobile home in our neighborhood would significantly devalue all of our properties, especially mine. I wouldn't have built that home there had I known of a possibility of a mobile home being next door. It would significantly devalue my property, and I don't know about any of you, but I know in my real estate career, there's not too many people that will pay $1 million for a home with a mobile home next door. I mean, that's fact. Mr. and Mrs. Jones knew what they were buying. They were longtime friends of the previous owners. They knew what the zoning was and what it meant. And yes, it is very expensive to build on the mountain, as I know firsthand. That doesn't change the fact that they were very well informed.
Thank you very much.
Could I have, Gary Osterberg would like to yield his minutes to me?
Okay, just about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes tops.
Okay, thank you. So yes, it is expensive to build on the mountain, as I know firsthand. That doesn't change the fact that they were very well informed and knew, you know, what they were buying. After a rezone, you know, they could sell easy, allowing a mobile home. It would be a lot easier to sell that lot, knowing that you could put a mobile home in there. I'm requesting that you do deny the rezoning, or if you do allow it, put deed restrictions on it for a site-built home only. So I'm requesting one of the two, either deny or put deed restrictions for a site-built home. I do want to show you real quickly. I showed you the front of my home, which is this.
Head working?
Oh, I'm putting all these.
All right, we saw that.
So the front of my home, this is where he wants to put the mobile home. I'll look right off of my deck onto that mobile home. And so will these homes. This is their view off of their decks of that parcel. So we all would get to look at that mobile home. Once again, thank you for your time, and I'm asking you to either deny or to put a deed restriction on that lot. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Curtis Larson. And then Misato Abinante. I'm sure I got that one wrong. Excuse
Good
me,
morning.
can we-
Thank you. First off, I appreciate your thankless jobs and what you're doing. Again, we have property, houses, not houses, cabins. I have a A-frame. If it was in Colorado, it would be a chalet. So what we're saying is, if you put a mobile home close to me, and as a matter of fact, it's right across the street or road that he is wanting to place this, it's going to eventually and devaluate our property. With a mobile home, they have serial numbers, and serial numbers depreciate. Now, if he decides to put this manufactured home in there, we would hope that it would be fit the terrain, as she showed you several pictures like this, because there is a park there with mobile homes, or what do they call those? Anyway, whatever they are, but they're all paneled wood. They look like wood outside log cabins, et cetera, et cetera. So what we're doing, if this gets approved, it will probably be a cancer up there, and there will be other mobile homes moving in. And this is what we want to try to keep this a beautiful community. I don't know if any of you have been up there, enjoyed the lodge or anything like that. We enjoy having people up there. We brag about it, and if you have a mobile home there, and regardless. So that's basically what I'm saying, is I disapprove of this, and hopefully you will take our considerations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Living there full-time, Mr. Larson?
Pardon?
You live there full-time?
No.
Oh, you don't?
We're in the public hearing.
I'm a winter visitor.
Okay, thank you very much. Misato Abenante, and then Robert Jones.
Good morning. I'm Misato Abenante. I'm here with Jonathan. I do oppose on this rezoning because I'm not sure how this would affect our neighborhood. Also, not knowing what is going to be built. Currently, it's vacant. If this zoning allows a manufactured home to be there, it affects our neighborhood's value negatively, and it also goes against the natural characteristics of the surrounding homes. We do have site-built homes, and that's my concern. So I would like some sort of restriction on what can be built, if that's possible, and I would like to match the surrounding the neighboring homes, what it would look like.
I'm Jonathan Abinante, her husband, and I own a realty brokerage in Las Vegas going on 30 years. I invested in your beautiful county. We paid a significant amount of money, and I did not purchase into a mobile home community. I bought a stick-build constructive home that was built by Hull, Hull built all the cabins up at the park you have up there. So I own Hull's original home up there, built in '65. It's drop dead gorgeous. I would have a view of a mobile home, and I just don't think it's right. I spent a lot of money on my property. I'm for what he is going to do, as long as if there was a deed restriction of some type that would prohibit him from building putting a couple manufactured homes together. I did make a significant investment up there. It's a beautiful environment, Hualapai Mountains, very mystique, and I spent a lot of money up there. I don't want a view. My property has a view of the proposed lot to be developed in a manufactured home. I don't think that's fair, considering the developer himself is a multimillionaire, and I think he should pay his dues like the rest of us have and build a stick home, build like we all have, to match the scenery. That's my 2 cents on this. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, Bob Jones? He's still here? That's a different Robert Jones.
Robert Jones.
Yeah, Robert Jones. I'm sorry, I thought it was our other Robert Jones who spoke earlier.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board. My name is Robert Jones. My primary residence is 2554 East Myra Street, Fort Mojave, Arizona. I put up a map here to show you the parcels in the Pine Lake area around the parcel that I own and the parcels that the other three folks spoke about. If that pops up, it'll show you that there's 77 RE zoned parcels surrounding 4 in the center here.
Can we get the video up there, please?
RO, I'm requesting it be changed from RO to RE. RO is normally applied to in an urban area in the center of Kingman. Angle Homes comes in, builds several homes, cookie cutter homes, and that's the type of thing that's normally zoned RO. RE is where you've got topographical challenges, you've got boulders the size of Volkswagens and Suburbans, you've got trees that are 100 feet tall, ponderosa pines and so forth, which exactly describes the Pine Lake area. And that's probably why you see 77 parcels surrounding these 4 in the center, which was up until 2004 a 5.3 acre parcel that was subdivided into 4 parcels, each approximately an acre to an acre and a half to add up to the 5.3. Down through the center of this acreage, and mine's the yellow or the blue one in the center. Miss Faubian is next to me here. The other picture she showed of a cabin is on this parcel, and then there's a larger parcel here. Those 4 parcels were zoned RO. Miss Faubian's home's on this side of the ravine, and it's a huge ravine. You can hardly see their house from where my lot is and vice versa. And there's her home on this lot, another home on that lot. Mine won't be built between those two. Mine will be built on this side of the ravine. And again, that ravine is very large. You can put about a 1/6 of an acre of buildable property on each side of the ravine. And that's why they're kind of alternated that way. So I'm asking RE, which allows you to do a stick-built or a manufactured home or a site-built factory home, just to give me the same flexibility that it appears everybody else has had around there. There is probably some reason why that was zoned RO, but no one knows. Across the road from Miss Faubian's home is, and that's hers in the background, so about 100 feet this way, there is a 2-story white barn. And
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak on item 48? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. We close the public hearing. So is there any comments? Does anybody want to hear from Development Services? Excuse me, sir. All right, let's have Scott Holtree come up and talk about what went on in the planning and zoning.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Your question is what happened in the Planning and Zoning Commission
Well,
meeting?
just explain this, because it was a split decision.
Yeah. Maybe I can share my screen a little bit. I know the applicant showed a picture, but I think if we can bring it up, it might help a little bit. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so this is the proposed rezone. We have, like the applicant and the speakers have spoken, there's 4 parcels right in the middle that were rezoned in 2004. Like you said, there was a split that they did, and then they rezoned it to RO1A, which is a 1 acre minimum, and then the RO zone does not allow for manufactured homes. This is the subject parcel right here. And during the Planning and Zoning Commission, I believe there's similar discussion as far as the speakers in opposition and the applicant. There wasn't a whole lot, as far as I'm concerned, there wasn't a whole lot on the reasoning of why some of the commissioners recommended not to approve it. Other than, I think, they were listening to a lot of the comments that was received from the public. As far as staff's concerned, we did look at, this is a rural development area, which does allow for the continued growth that we're seeing. The surrounding properties do have the RE zone, and this was at one time the RE zone as well. In 2004, it was rezoned. Staff did not see any issues as far as we're concerned to bringing it back to the RE zone. One thing that the RE zone does allow for is agricultural uses. It does allow for the manufactured home houses that outside of just a stick built, and it would allow for 2 homes outright without size limitations. So that's what the RE zone does allow outside of what RO would allow. Other than that, do you have any additional questions?
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Holtry? None? Okay, thank you. Can I just have Mr. Jones come back up for 1 second?
Yes, Madam
So
Chair.
what exactly are you planning to put up there?
I haven't decided at this point whether it'll be a stick-built home or whether it'll be a factory on-site stick-built home or whether it'll be a manufactured home. Many references are to mobile homes. I draw a distinction between a mobile home and a manufactured home. A mobile home to me is 12 or 14 feet wide, 60 to 70 feet long, and within 1,000 to 2,000 feet of that group of properties, there's at least 3 or 4 mobile homes. Not that I want a mobile home, I don't. If I did anything other than a stick build, it would be 22 by 45, 48, 1,000, 1,100 square foot manufactured home. But I may still do a stick build. I've got to, I talked to a general contractor yesterday up there, and I'm talking to another one in the near future, and I'm making those plans and getting that money together.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You're
Any
welcome.
other questions for Mr. Jones? Yes, Supervisor Gould.
We don't allow mobile homes to be set in Mojave County. When HUD took over the regulation of mobile homes, they then became manufactured homes. So a mobile home is a pre-HUD trailer that we don't allow to be set up in Mojave County anymore. So everything that you would be setting up would be a manufactured home, which is just it's HUD's designation to delineate between the two.
Right, RE also allows, as Mr. Holtry explained, over the RO designation, you can build a small casita, little guest house, that type of thing. So that would also give me that flexibility as time went on. If I were to put a stick-built or a manufactured home there in the future, if I wanted to build a little 120-foot casita, I could do that as well. I have no intention of putting a mobile home. If we agree on the definition, I'd sign a pledge. I won't put a mobile home there. And I have no intention of agriculture. Matter of fact, on an RO zone, you can have 1 chicken per 1,000 square feet, which is about 43 chickens, and an RO, and you can't have that in RE. So I don't plan on having chickens either.
Okay, thank you. Don't really want to talk about chickens again. All right, any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none.
Chairman Angus.
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve the rezone with the restriction that would allow only a site-built home.
Okay, did you hear that? She approves the motion with the restriction that only a site-built home. Okay. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, I'd second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
No.
3-2. Motion passes. Okay, next up is item 49. Going to open the public hearing. Approve the adoption of BOS Resolution 2024-186, setting forth the extinguishment of a portion of a public utility easement.
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That's
Motion.
a public hearing.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, jeez. I think we need a break.
Get it to you.
Okay. All right. So we do have somebody signed up to speak if we want to have, if there are questions. So apparently there are no questions. Anyone have questions for the applicant on this one?
Public.
I did open the public hearing. I haven't closed it, right? Did I open the public hearing? Wow, I apologize for this.
I screwed you up.
Okay, it's all his fault. Okay, so I'm going to open the public hearing for this extinguishment of a public utility easement. And we do have the applicant here. Do you want to come up? You are signed up for the public hearing part. Okay, not going to come down. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Seeing none, I close the public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And again, I apologize for that. I'm opening the public hearing for item 50. This is to deny the adoption of a resolution designating East Calle Lucera from North Stockton Hill Road to Avenida Verde as a county highway. Anyone wish to speak to this? There's no one signed up. Anyone? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Chairman Angus, motion to approve the denial.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, do we want to take a break, a lunch break, Supervisor Johnson? That's
Yeah,
okay.
maybe we can cut these through, huh? Maybe we can get these through, you think?
You want to go through? It's all right with me. Okay, no one else needs at least a 5-minute break? Can we just take like a 5-minute break so I can go freshen up? Yeah, it's all your shiny object. Except my mic, oh, there it is. Thanks. Okay,
Constitution.
you all ready? We're to the, one second. To the regular agenda. Item 51 is by Public Works. Discussion possible action to acknowledge receipt of and for the Public Works a petition to the Mojave County Board of Supervisors requesting that North Bobolink Way connected to East Cochise Circle North on both ends located in the Valley Vista area be accepted into Mojave County road system for regular maintenance.
Madam Chair, motion to approve.
Yes.
Motion to approve.
Oh, okay. Motion to approve. Do I have a second? Do I have a second? We have a motion.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, I think we need a another vote, a roll call vote on that.
Supervisor Langenfelter,
Aye.
Supervisor Bishop,
No.
Supervisor Gould,
Aye.
Supervisor Bishop, or I'm sorry, Johnson,
No.
and Chairman Angus.
Aye.
It passes 3-2.
Okay, now 52 from Melissa Palmer, Public Health Director. This is to authorize the chairman to sign a WACOG Senior Nutrition Program contract.
Good morning. I think it's still morning. Hello.
Oh, a little after.
So what we have before us today is the Western Arizona Council on Government's Senior Nutrition Program grant. This is a 5-year grant cycle. We applied for this new cycle, which started July 1st, back in March, and we requested $727,425 to cover the cost of the program, to include fuel for the vehicles, for the home delivered meals, utilities, staff, and it was all based on the number of meals that were being served at that time. In addition to that, in the fiscal year 25 budget cycle, we requested 2 additional staff people, one to oversee the Havasu site, and then an office specialist to help with the billing component of the program. So, quick review of what fiscal year 24 looked like. If we could get that onto the screen. I have the program funding for fiscal year 24. The grand total is at the bottom in bold. It was $812,089 for fiscal year 24. This included Title III funds, which is from the Older Americans Act, SSBG funds, which is the Social Services Block Grant, also a main source of funding for the Adult Protective Services Agency. And then NSIP, which is the Nutrition Services Incentive Program, only allows us to spend that money on food. So some of this food is federal, some of it's state, some of it's considered other, which falls under the WACOG funding. We have 12 different funding orgs. I don't know if you noticed in the backup documentation for the budget, we have 12 different funding orgs for this particular program because of the different restrictions for each of these funding sources. On this slide, you'll see the highlighted components of the budget. It included 2 different funds from ARPA, and then an SB 1720 for the home delivered project. It was, and a special project, SB 1720 special project. That was one-time funding that was awarded to us. So this slide shows what our meals were in fiscal year 24 and the rates per unit. So the dollar amount that we can bill per meal is determined at the beginning of the 5-year cycle. For this particular cycle, it was $9.85 back. I think this was in 17 when we applied for it. And we served 82,446 meals. Down below, in the table down underneath the number of meals, it has the rates, the congregate meals, home delivered, wait list, which means anybody who was entered into the program by one of the WACOG program, they have case managers that sign up home delivered recipients. So that was all of the recipients that were added on, so that we did not have a wait list at that time. And then the home delivered meals, our regular program. The reimbursement ceiling again was that $812,000. Provider match is $789,811. That dollar amount includes donations, in-kind funding, or in-kind donations that come from the site councils that you all approve quarterly. Access, we can bill access for some of the meals that are delivered to home deliveries, and then also the general fund component. So we requested that $700,000, $727,425. On April 4th, WACOG came back to us and said, justify your reason for the request. We provide 12 different reasons for the increase request. It included the increase in cost of utilities, maintenance of kitchen equipment, increase in food costs, the 3% performance pay for staff, cost of vetting volunteers, because we do have to do background checks on every single volunteer that walks through our doors. We saw a decrease in donations at all 3 sites. And then there was also an increase in the KRMC contract for our Kingman site. The contract that we received for fiscal year 25 and for the next 5 years was $170,376 lower than our requested amount. So what it looks like for this year is on the screen now. Our grand total for funding our program is $557,049. As you can see, the highlighted funding sources are gone, ARPA's gone, and the special programs are gone. We also saw a decrease in the state funds and then our SSBG funds. This is what they funded for this year. So if you recall, we had, it was 80,000 meals, 82,446 meals. They're funding us at 47,363 meals. Our congregate meals get the dollar amount of $14.25 per meal. And part of that is the overhead of having a building. We have utilities we have to pay. We have leases that we have to pay for our Golden Shores site. The home delivered is at $10.75, and that takes into consideration the fuel for the vehicles and the vehicle upkeep also for our home delivered vehicles. Down below, you'll notice the reimbursement ceiling, again, that $557,000. Our provider match at $670,421 to take into consideration the decreases that we've seen in our donations. And then the total income is 1.2. And then this is the difference in reimbursement from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 24. Our home delivered meals, that's the number of meals, congregate difference in meals, and then the total meals altogether. Based on this information that I'm presenting to you, I now ask for a decision from you all to either accept the WACOG funding with no changes to the general fund transfer in and decrease the number of meals provided to seniors in Mojave County. We would have to go back to wait lists. Decline the contract and discontinue the program, 4, accept the funding from WACOG and increase the general fund transfer by $50,000, increasing the general fund contribution from $527,217 to $577,217.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions?
Yes, Madam.
Yes, Supervisor Johnson.
Will the additional 50,000 cover the meals?
It will add a total of $3,500 or 3,500 meals. The other item that I failed to mention is that we always bill the grants and the funding that comes from, whether it be the federal grants, state grants, we bill those first before we pull anything from general fund. That being said, if anything changes, we may not need the $50,000. However, it would greatly help in order to keep the program going. And we are also freezing the 2 positions that we created during the fiscal year 25 budget process. So the site coordinator for Havasu and our office specialist, we will not be filling those positions.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Melissa, so the $14.25 per meal and the $10.75 per meal, that's what we charge for the meals, or that between all the funding, that's what the cost of the meal is? How much does the person that's getting the meal pay?
It depends. It's on donations only. So we don't charge anything up front. The county does not charge for those meals. It's all based on whatever the individual wants to donate for that meal.
Interesting. Are they prohibited from charging the meal recipient a fee?
I believe the WACOG funding does have limitations on that, and then that is a fee that we would have to bring before the Board of Supervisors. If the grant allowed for it, we'd have to bring it to the Board of Supervisors to get that approved.
Might be something that we want to take a look at. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Lingenfelter.
Thank you. Just one question. Melissa, are there income restrictions on the folks that receive these meals?
There is not.
So I could roll up in a $500,000 RV or motorhome and get a congregate meal when there's people that can't afford it?
You absolutely could. However, I will provide the caveat that we do have individuals who participate in the program because it is a social activity program for seniors to ensure that they live independently on their own, and they donate more. They donate above and beyond what your normal meal recipient would donate.
That's my only question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
make a motion to approve the WACOG contract with the $50,000 contingency fund transfer from the general fund.
Okay. I need a second.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Any other further discussion?
Madam Chairman?
Yeah.
I'm going to vote yes today, but I think we need to look at some other options to close this gap.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 53, this is by our Human Resources Department, and it's to approve exceptions to the general fund hiring freeze, and it is a bunch of different positions.
Motion to approve.
Wait, we have someone signed up to speak. Mr. DeShazer.
Chuck DeShazer, Topak. My only opposition to this happens to be that until you look at item 54, which is the next item, you have one of the positions in here is from Development Services for a permit technician specialist. And without knowing what we're getting for our software from 54, we don't know whether we actually need a permit technician specialist. So do whatever you need to.
Okay, well, while we're on that, since the question's been asked, is Mr. Cunningham on the line?
Yes, ma'am, I am on the line.
I'm not sure if I should have asked for you or for Mr. Holtree, but Can you explain what a permit technician specialist is?
Ma'am, I think the details, if Scott is on the line,
Okay.
he can give more details on what that is. I can pull up the
Scott,
job
are you- okay.
description.
All right, thank you. Scott, are you around?
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
the permit technician specialist is our series. It involves a permit technician, a permit technician senior, and then a permit technician specialist. And essentially, if you are able to complete the requirements of the technician senior or specialist, then you're able to advance in that position. So it really is for our permit technician entry-level position. I can tell you right now, it is a very needed position. We have been recently very understaffed in that area. We take applications online, but we do take applications in person by mail, and they are constantly working and entering applications. Even the applications that do come in online still have to have a permit technician there, making sure that it's entered in correctly and then it's processed through the permitting process correctly. The different departments that it needs to go to, the workflow that's involved, all require a permit technician.
Okay, I think that the gentleman from the public seems to think that the new software that we got is going to do away with some of the human positions.
Madam Chair, absolutely not. What it does is it allows the general public not to have to come into our office to submit. Our permit technicians still have to review every single application that comes in through the electronic submittal, and they have to, if something's needed an extra that the applicant forgot to submit, then they would have to contact the applicant, make sure that we get all the correct documentation, and then they are the biggest portion that is involved with getting the application reviewed. So it'll go through different divisions, and the permit technician makes sure that they get it done correctly.
Okay, thank you.
You have a motion and a second?
We have a motion second. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 54 from Supervisor Lingenfelter, and this is to request Development Services staff to provide a walkthrough demonstration and presentation on the electronic plan submittal and review services. Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll let staff get right into it, and I have just a couple of questions for them after. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess we need to see Mr. Holtree again.
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have a presentation ready. And if I could, let me just see if I can get my screen shared here. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. I want to first thank our IT department, especially Daniel Riddle. He is the man behind the scenes. He's the one that has created the essential online permitting system and has done most of all the work, along with the consultant that we hired to help us. But he is the one that has been continually working on this. He's the one that created this slideshow for me as well. So I definitely want to thank him and give him credit for all the work that he has done. The first part of online submittal is a registration. And actually, I think we didn't include where you have to go to get to this registration portion in the slideshow, but I can show that after. You go to the website, Mojave County website, there's a link for submitting permits online. The first thing that's going to require you to do is to create a login. So contact information, basic user information, and your contact information. Same with any type of login criteria that's required with other sites. And as you can see, the video kind of shows how you would do that. And when you get down, it does have all the required fields. Those are marked with a asterisk. And once those are all completed, then you can move on to the next process. Once you do have a login, you're able to submit an application. You can search for the type of application that you're looking for. You can also, as you log in, go into the specific location. We have environmental quality, we have environmental health, or building. If you're looking for a building permit, then you're able to create that application. As you can see, he went to the create tab at the top, and then he wants to do a building application. There is a agreement that you got to look over. I would like to pause just right here. Previously, when we first created this, we did have the ability to do that over-the-counter permits, as you can see at the bottom. Those are your electric, your gas line, your hot water heater. Those don't involve much of a review. On our side, what it does is it does need to come in. You're able to apply, and staff looks, make sure you have everything submitted correctly, and then it's almost the same day or the next day that you're able to get your permit. Those are the over-the-counter permits. We do have our regular building permits, and just recently we're able to update it so that it's just a single permit. Previously we had several different permits in there that the applicant would have to kind of sift through and choose. It was creating some confusion because they would apply for a permit that did not pertain to what they were actually looking for on applying. Now we just have a single permit, and again, a big thanks to Daniel and all his hard work. We were able to create just a single permit, and what it does is has general information on what you're looking to apply, and then it will come to our staff, and we'll be able to make sure it is assigned to the correct permit based on the information that they provide. So in this, they look through their contact information, make sure that they have the contractor. If they need to add a contractor or the applicant or agent, they're able to do so. This portion right here is where they would fill in the information based on what they're looking to apply for. Each of the little question marks by the different areas gives you just a little interactive bubble for instructions on what that field is. You're able to, so if you're building a single family residential house, then you're going to fill in the application based on the information that is there, that is pertinent to your permit. So they'll check the fields that are required, add the information. If it's not required, in this portion of the application, there's no required information, but you're just going to be filling in the information that would be pertinent to your specific application. And if it comes back that we need more information, then we'll give you a call and say, hey, we do need the square footage of the building or the wall or whatever it might be. But here they're just filling in that application, and then it allows staff to see what they're proposing and then assign the correct permit. Once you have everything filled, you'll click the continue application. Next would be submitting documents. This is where the applicant will go in and select the documents that are required. There are several required documents. You can find the list of those on our website. There's a link that this page provides to allow you to go see what documents are required for the permit that you're applying for. You're able to submit all those documents and then provide any descriptions that would help out our plan reviewers or our permit techs to make sure that they are the correct documents. Once you have those entered, then you would hit submit and then continue application. Next would be the submittal of the application. So we want to make sure you'll be reviewing all of the documents that you submitted, all of the information that you provided, and then clicking the submit document at the end. That's where it is now sent to Development Services. It gives you a record number so that you're able to reference it in the future as well. After Development Services receives the permit application, we will be assigning fees and giving it a final record type number. Basically, we're having to look at what does the application require as far as the fees are concerned. We'll assign those fees. The applicant will receive an email saying that your fees are ready to be paid. They can pay with a credit card or a bank account. And they can do that through the online portal, as you can see in front of you. And lastly, they would be able to, as you goes through the permit process, so you'll be able to come back and check on your permit as we are working on it. You'll be able to see what reviews have been completed. You'll also be able to see what inspections have been done and if there's any corrections that are needed. If a correction is needed, they'll send you an email based on that correction, and view any of your permits that you've submitted through your portal. With that also, you'd if it's any permit that you have applied for in the past, you'd be able to come back and look at those permits. Go ahead and exit out of here. Just as an update, Mojave County, we are currently continually working on improving this system. Like you saw, we ended up making some changes to the applications itself. Instead of having 50 applications that you can choose from, we made it so that it's just one application. We found that that has worked a lot better, and that's what other jurisdictions are doing as well. We continually have weekly meetings to assess what the current level of service is for this online permitting system and what improvements need to be made. With that, we've been able to have many improvements, including the changes that I described. We're also, at the board's direction, continuing to look at other options for software. Like mentioned, when we were looking at the automation fee for Excella, the Excella was a viable option for a while, and we've had this software for quite some time. That's why we invested on improving it and creating the online system for it. But it wasn't until recent that we got shifted to the cloud-based software through Excella, and increased our fees significantly, or what we had to pay for Excella. With the board's direction, we have been looking at other options and have found another option that we're hoping to present to the board this next coming month that will have all of these features that you saw today and more. I believe it actually is more user-friendly than what we currently have, and it is significantly less expensive than what we're currently paying for with Excella. So I do believe it would be a good option. With that, I'll open to any questions that you may have.
Okay. Supervisor Lingenfelter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, thank you for the presentation. This is exactly where Mojave County needs to go as far as offering efficient processes for the private sector to get done what they need to get done and in a timely manner. We put this on the agenda, I think, about a year ago. And at that time, I mean, we still have the mail-in option, but if you had a big project, you know, you had to print $1,000 worth of paper, and then you had to mail it into the main PO Box 7000, and then it sat there, and then they sorted it, and you had somebody go and deliver it. Then it gets delivered to a department, and then someone there sorts it, and then it goes to a desk, and then you have to wait for somebody to give a first cursory look at what you've got, and then, you know, you'll get an email or a telephone call, and then it starts the clock. But there was no time limit on how long that could take. And so I think with this system, if I heard you correctly, Scott, I mean, once you get all of your required different documents submitted electronically and you pay your fee online, you know, that'll eliminate at least 30 days right then and there. So
Absolutely.
for such a large county, we have to have this, and for our size, we have to have this, because there's jurisdictions out there and organizations that are just minuscule compared to us that are already, you know, using this type of a thing very successfully. And I do want to say thank you to yourself. Thank you to Nathan McDaniel. Our board did direct to look at other softwares because the current software is so expensive. I think it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but this is Acela software. I think the annual is like $330,000 or $360,000 a year. So a 5-year contract is what, like $202 million. I think that I don't want to ruin your guys' surprise, but I've heard of some of the good news coming, and it's going to save this county significant amount of taxpayer dollars, and we either keep or gain the same level of functionality for people that are developing in Mojave County, and that's really what we want, and that's the right direction. So, thank you.
Okay. Anyone
Absolutely.
else have any questions? Mr. DeShazer is signed up.
Chuck DeShazer, Topak, Arizona. Like I said, I just wanted to see what the presentation was as to whether or not we needed that permit technician. And if this is anything like what we have on our phones when we're signing up for a new app, they're going to fill in the required fields that we need to show this. My only concern is, will what we just got presented be acceptable with the lower price software that is going to be looked at? Will it be a seamless changeover from the existing software to the new software? Are we going to have to get another presentation and start from scratch all over again to get back to where we're at with what we have? Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, do you have a quick reply to that?
Yeah. Just as a FYI, the current software that we're working with, Acela software, and again, I'm not probably the expert on it. Nathan could probably speak a lot better, but from my understanding, with Acela, everything has to be built out itself. That's why probably the process took maybe a little bit longer than it should have, but we had to build each step in this process. With the new software that we're looking at, it's off the shelf, so it's directly geared towards permitting and can handle everything that we're doing and more, just because it's a product that has been developed based on the permit users. Acela has many different uses. Like mentioned before, it is a very good software product, but you have to build it to what you want. And some of the very larger cities use the Acela because it can go across different outside of just permitting. It can be used for many different uses. What we're looking for and what we need as a county, Mojave County, the product that we're looking at will serve exactly what we're looking for, as I believe probably even a little bit more user friendly, and can even do more functions than what we've been able to develop with Acela.
Okay. Anything else? So do we, this was just informational? No, we don't need to take anything. All right, on to number 55. This is from the clerk of the board to approve the adoption of a resolution directing the Mojave County Treasurer to collect taxes. What else would she do?
Motion to approve.
Did you give a motion? Mm-hmm. Okay, then we got a motion.
I have a question.
Yo, you have a question?
Yeah. Are you giving the clerk's duties for collecting taxes to the treasurer? That's what this is?
this is something that's done annually. This is really something we put on consent typically, but in this one, we wanted to make sure we got it before the October 1st meeting. So it's just you authorizing and giving the treasurer the ability to collect the property taxes.
I mean, that makes sense, 'cause that's what the,
Doing it. Okay.
It's not.
yeah, just curious why it was on the regular.
So let's say we didn't approve.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 56 from our financial department, discussion possible action regarding corrective actions and payment for up to $32,000 to remediate tax years 2021 through 2024 for affected employees involved mileage claims and to satisfy the county's federal and state tax liabilities for the same years, including payment of penalties and interest. It is starred for an executive session. Should anybody
Chairman.
want? Yes.
I would move that we go into executive session.
Okay. We hear a second? You have to have, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. I need a motion to come out of an executive session.
So moved.
All in favor? We have a motion. and a
Aye.
second. Aye, okay.
What was the motion?
Just come out of executive. Okay. All righty, back to 56, 56A. This is regarding corrective actions and payment of up to $32,000 to remediate tax years 2021 through 2024 for affected employees involved mileage claims and to satisfy the county's federal and state tax liabilities for the same years, including payment of penalties and interest.
Motion to approve 56A.
As, what, is that the correct motion?
If that's what you wish to do, yes, you can do
Or I
that.
can
Okay.
motion to approve all three of them. Whatever.
I'd rather go A, B, and C that way.
That? Okay.
Okay. You heard that
Madam
motion?
Chair, I'll second that.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And I'm opposed also. So we're back. Two to three. It did pass? Did not pass, right. Okay, so I need another motion. Supervisor Bishop, you want to stab?
Not really.
Chairman Angus, if I might, just, so if that motion does not pass, then the other option on Part A, there's not really much of a choice. The IRS, the tax burden has to be paid, and so that with the estimate, including penalties and interest, is about $15,000. So the motion would be the same, just changing the $32,000 figure to $15,000.
Okay. I need a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to continue this to the next meeting.
Okay. Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion, okay, motion carries. Next, 57, this is to approve Board of Supervisor resolution expressing Mojave County support for Frontier Communications application for a BEAD grant. Motion?
So we're on the next agenda item?
Yeah, and we made a motion to continue, that last one.
Okay. A, B, and C.
A, B, and C, was that made clear?
That was my understanding, is that Supervisor?
Okay, as long as we all understand.
Okay.
Okay, so now we're on 57, and this is for support of a BEAD grant.
Motion to approve.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 58, this is an ARPA allocation from me to the Bullhead City Morning Kiwanis. I make a motion to approve. We have a motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 59, it's another allocation for the Bullhead City, for the development of their Bullhead Community Garden. As I understand it, they're going to use this for education, for a great project. So I make a motion to approve this. Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Before we adjourn, I wanted to wish Supervisor Lingenfelter a very happy birthday. A little birdie told me it was your birthday today. So go have fun and enjoy yourself. And with that, the meeting's adjourned.